Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the dictionary. All right, let's talk about these words. Oh, before I start, I should say that I did just look up that division symbol. I mentioned it, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 6 episodes ago or something. It is called an obelus. I don't know if that's the exact pronunciation, obelus, also called the division sign. And basically what it means is it's a pronunciation. They'll show it before a pronunciation or part of a pronunciation, and it is for a pronunciation that is typically not standard or not typically accepted by those intellectual types. For instance, cupulo instead of cupula, that one is not so accepted because typically the A at the end of cupula is never pronounced as an O, but some people like to do it that way, I guess. Also, instead of library, some people like to say library, but there's two R's. So yeah, I guess they put a division sign before library for that one. Okay. Thought you might like to know. I was curious. So, what's going on with you? Let's read the first word, which is dangle. Dangle. Is that from Reno 911, Lieutenant? No, Sergeant Dangle? Is that his name? I never really watched that show that much, but it's pretty funny. Okay, dangle, first form, verb from 1565, starting with intransitive. 1. To hang loosely and usually so as to be able to swing freely. Like a pendant, a necklace, maybe your hair, maybe another thing. Number 2, to be a hanger-on or a dependent. So you got some kids or pets just dangling behind you, taking all the things that fall out of your pockets, the money, the food, the shelter, all of it. They're dangles. 3, to occur in a sentence without having a normally expected syntactic relation to the rest of the sentence. And then it gives an example. There's two things going on. There's a context example. I don't know what the names of these are. There's an example in parentheses, and then there's a couple examples that use the word. So the first one is climbing, the word climbing, in the quote, climbing the mountain, the cabin came into view. So I guess what it's saying is that this word climbing does not have a syntactic relation to the rest of the sentence. I guess I'm not sure exactly how climbing the mountain, the cabin came into view. It's a dangle. We have more examples. A dangling participle. You can't have those participles being dangling. I can't give you a good example of that because I am not an English major. Never was. But yes, it's dangling at the end there, maybe. Another example. A dangling modifier. Let's have some examples of both of these. More specifically, what is a dangling participle or a modifier? Now we have transitive verb. 1, to cause to dangle. And the synonym is swing, as in, dangled her feet in the water. Yep, your feet can dangle. And now I want swing music to be called dangle music. That doesn't... Has anybody ever used that? Ooh, this music really swings. It dangles there. 2a, to keep hanging uncertainly. To keep hanging uncertainly. 2b, to hold out as an inducement. To hold out as an inducement. I don't know what that is. Dangler is a noun, so they're making something dangle. This is probably of Scandinavian origin akin to the Danish word dangle, but they probably say it differently. And that means to dangle. Their word, which is spelled dangle, means to dangle. Yes. Let's see. I'm going to do a quick little scan of the word, see if anything jumps out at me as something that would make a good sound effect. Nope. All right. We're going to do whip-pew. It's like the sound of a thing that's dangling. Whip-pew. Not really. That's fine. Next word is the second form of dangle, noun from 1756. 1. The action of dangling is dangle. 2. Something that dangles. This word sounds weird. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Next word is Daniel. It's not Danielle. No, it's just Daniel with a capital D. Noun from before the 12th century, although I have a feeling that Danielle is directly related to this name, Daniel. 1. The Jewish hero of the book of Daniel, who, as an exile in Babylon, interprets dreams, gives accounts of apocalyptic visions, and is divinely delivered from a den of lions. That was a little hard to say for some reason. Huh. Well, I hope that Daniel is the hero of the book of Daniel. It would be weird if it was Fred who was the hero of the book of Daniel. This is sounding very similar to Joseph in the Technicolor Dreamcoat. Is that what it's called? Because he interprets dreams and other things. So is this the same story, different story? But that's Daniel for you. Number 2. A book of narratives, visions, and prophecies in canonical Jewish and Christian scripture. And then it says to see the Bible table. So, yeah, that makes sense if Daniel is the one who could do this, and then the book of Daniel talks about all these things, narratives, visions, prophecies. Maybe I should read the Bible someday. Boop, 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 boop. Next word is Danio. Yo, Danio. It's just spelled D-A-N-I-O. Now, Bingo was his, Danio was his name-o? No. Noun from circa 1889. Any of various small, brightly colored Asian cypripnid fishes. The genera name, there's a couple of them for these, are just Danio, that's one of them, Danio, and Brachydanio. And then it says to compare to zebrafish. So maybe those are a type of Danio fish. Pew, whoop, pew, pew, pew. That was a very weird dangle. Next word, Danish, with a capital D. First form, adjective from the 14th century, of, relating to, or characteristic of Denmark, the Danes, or the Danish language. It's all Danish. Boop, 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 beep, boop. Next is the second form of Danish, also with a capital D, noun. From the 15th century. 1. The Germanic language of the Danes. They speak Danish. I don't know anything about that language. Number 2, the plural of this one would also be Danish. You can't say Danishes. It has to be Danish. And it is a piece of Danish pastry. Which is our next word. I'm very excited about this one. Pew, whip, pew, pew. It is Danish pastry, noun, from 1921. A pastry made of a rich, raised dough. How do you like your Danish pastry? What do you like in there? I just like the cheese flavor, which is really more of like it's a sweet cheese. I don't know if I've ever had a vegan one. Maybe once. Oh, those are so good. But you could get flavors. You could get fruits, strawberry, raspberry, blueberry, peaches, apricot, all of those things you could probably get in a Danish pastry. Am I making you hungry? Pew, 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 pew. Next is dank. D-A-N-K. Adjective from 1573. Unpleasantly moist or wet. And this is very similar to damp. We had that a few episodes ago. Unpleasantly moist or wet, as in a dank basement. A synonym is the word wet. Dankly is an adverb, and dankness is a noun. What is the dankness of this basement? How dank is it? Boop, boop, boop. Next, we're getting into a bit of a French section here. The first one is danseur. I don't know how we want to say this. You could say danseur, danseur. How appropriate. Danseur. It is spelled Danseur. Noun from 1776. Oh, it is a male ballet dancer. A danseur. It doesn't seem terribly clever, but that's what it is. Yep, this is from French, danser, which means to dance. Dance, dance, dance. Okay, our next word. Pew, pew, pew. It is, now I don't know how to say this. Okay, we got a few pronunciations. Danseuse, danseurs, and then this third one, which is really the first one. I don't know how to say this. It says OE in the pronunciation thing, and there's a line over it. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's something like danseuse. Danseuse. Noun from 1776 as well, and this one is a female ballet dancer. I did not know that they had different names. I just didn't know that. Whip, pew, whip, pew. Next is Dantean or Dantean with a capital D. Adjective from 1785 of relating to or suggestive of Dante or his writings, especially having a hellish or bizarre quality. There's an example. It is a quote, refugees lived a Dantean existence. And that is from A.E. Cowdery. Cowdery? And so I don't know what refugees A.E. was talking about, but whoever they were, whenever they were, wherever they were living a hellish or bizarre quality of life. And that sucks. I've never read anything from Dante. Dante is not in this book, but I think, wasn't Dante the one who had the 7 circles of hell, Dante's Inferno, something like that? Pew, whoop, pew, boop. Next is Taoism. D, capital D, A-O-I-S-M. And this is a variation of Taoism with a T instead of a D. I think often it is pronounced, though, Taoism. Either way, maybe. You gotta wait a long time until we get to the T's for Taoism. That's it. Yep. Boop, 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 boop. Next is Daphne. D-A-P-H-N-E. Noun from circa 1841. Any of a genus of Eurasian shrubs of the Meisserian family, with apetalous flowers whose colored calyx resembles a corolla. So we've got some very specific plant words in here. The genus name is also Daphne, and I guess that means laurel in Latin. Maybe we will post a picture of it, Daphne. Daphne, what is this? A shrub. It's a shrub. I don't know if my dangle sound is accurate. What is it? Okay, next is Daphne again, with a capital D this time. Noun from the 15th century. A nymph in Greek mythology who is transformed into a laurel tree to escape the pursuing Apollo. And it seems to me that this laurel tree is the thing that is named Daphne, this Eurasian shrub, because it's the Latin for laurel. I think that all makes sense. So this tree was named after Daphne, the nymph who climbed into the tree to escape from Apollo. Why was Daphne escaping Apollo? Do we have to put a link in the show notes so we can learn more about this? Not climbed, transformed. So Daphne is the tree. transformed into a laurel tree. That's even more interesting. Was Daphne able to untransform when Apollo left? Or was Daphne stuck like that forever? It's probably the forever one, knowing Greek mythology. Next is Daphnia. Noun from 1847, any of a genus of minute freshwater brachiopod crustaceans with biramous antennae used as locomotor organs. And it says to compare to water flea. So maybe these are a kind of water flea? Oh, this was fun. This one was great. Okay, they live in freshwater, not saltwater. So it's like a lake, a river. Brachiopod crustaceans. I don't really remember what brachiopod means. Something about the feet. They got a certain kind of feet. Their antennae are biramous or biramus. No clue what that is. I'm sure I read it, although maybe not. Maybe this one's too specific to be in the dictionary. Can't remember. Something with their antennae, which are used to move their bodies around. Locomotor organs. They move around with these antennae. I think we gotta maybe post a picture of one of these too. The genus name is also Daphnia. It's a water flea, I guess. Next is Daphnis. Capital Daphnis. Noun from 1563. A Sicilian shepherd renowned in Greek mythology as the inventor of pastoral poetry. Sicilian shepherd renowned in Greek mythology. So this is different than Daphne. Daphne is the one who turned into the laurel tree. Daphnis is the one who seems to be also part of Greek mythology. They invented pastoral poetry. Well, thank you, Daphnis. One more word for this episode. It is dapper. Adjective from the 15th century. 1A, neat and trim in appearance. 1B, very spruce and stylish. 2, alert and lively in movement and manners. It is a very rare occasion for me to be dapper. I am rather not dapper in my day-to-day experience. My clothes are just kind of, I don't know, you could almost call me a schlub. Not dapper at all. But you know what? It's kind of fun to be dapper sometimes. Dapperly is an adverb. Dapperness is a noun. All right, the words that we had today. The words they were the words which were this: dangle, Daniel, Danio, I think that's how you say it. Danio, Danish pastry. That's got a good shot at being the word of the episode. Dank, danseur, danseuse, Dantian, Taoism, Daphne, Daphnia, Daphnis, and Dapper. I think I am debating between Danish pastry and Dapper. They're very similar, but only one can be the winner. You know, I'm not so sure. You know, all the other ones were great contenders, but maybe we just need to go with Danish pastry because I have a reputation to uphold. That's it. Danish pastry. You got the dough when you got the filling. You are a Danish pastry. So the Danes must have invented this pastry. That's what it seems like. Good job, Danes. That's going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye! Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. Every single day, this podcast is coming to you on your favorite podcast platform, and on whatever podcast platform that is, if you could go rate and review, maybe it's 5 stars. I would sure love that. It helps the algorithms. It helps other people learn about it, find out about it. Maybe it suggests it to people. I don't know how that works. But it would just make me feel so good if you gave this 5 stars and you wrote a short little review about just how much you love it. And I think that's great. There's other things. If you want to get a hold of me in some way, go look in the show notes. There's an email, dictionarypod@gmail.com. There's Twitter and Instagram. Both are at dictionarypod. You can also there see the pictures that I post periodically. Oh my God, all the P sounds. I need the thing over this microphone. I post some pictures and try to make silly little captions. There's a Google Voice number. I believe it is 917-727-55757. It's in the show notes. You can call it and leave a voicemail, and then I can put it in an episode so other people can hear what you got to say if you're okay with that. There is a Patreon if you want to give me $1 a month. A whole single American dollar a month gets you episodes early. Very early, usually. If you want to go up to the I think it's $5 level, there you can get some exclusives. There's already some exclusives there. If you want to show your love even more than all those other ways, if you want to show your love for this podcast in a t-shirt form or some other form, you can buy merchandise on TeePublic. The link is in the show notes. Those are and then I have a few dictionary related TikTok things, which is at Speejampar. All right, we got to talk about the words. This is the last section of page 315. The first word is dapple. DAPPLE. First form, noun from 1580. 1. Any of numerous, usually cloudy and rounded spots or patches of a color or shade different from their background. So it's just spots on something else. Well, and of course they have to have a different shade or color, because otherwise you're not even going to see the spots if they're the same shade or color. It's dapple. Something, maybe a Dalmatian is dappled, but that's white and black. Those are very different. Number 2, the quality or state of being dappled is something dapple. 3, a dappled animal. That's a little hard to say if you say it quickly. A dappled animal. Dappled animal. Maybe we will try to find an example of a dappled animal that's not a Dalmatian. What that might be. There's, I guess a cheetah. A cheetah could possibly be dappled, or a leopard. Maybe some moths would be considered dappled. I'm just going through the thoughts in my head. We'll find something good. So this is from Middle English. It's dapple gray. So it's 2 words with a hyphen, dapple gray. And that's an adjective which is gray marked with spots of another color. So gray that has other spots of color on the gray is dapple gray. And then it just became dappled. Just dapple, dapple. The sound effect shall be... Next word is the second form of dapple. This one is the verb, though. So the act of dappling something. Starting with transitive, it's from 1599. To mark with dapples. And then intransitive is to produce a dappled pattern, as in sun dappling through trees. Almost seems like it should be a quote from a poem or something. So, I'm thinking when the sun is shining through the trees, all the leaves are going to create a very interesting shadowy pattern on the ground or something. And it's going to be kind of soft, maybe, because there's a lot of leaves for the light to go through. I think that also would be a good picture example to show. Maybe I can even take my own picture of the leaf dappled. How do you describe this? The sun dappled leaf pattern shadow. Okay. Next word is dappled, or So that's dapple with a D, but you could also take off the D, and you're going to have the same meaning, because it's an adjective from the 15th century, dappled or dapple, and it is just marked with small spots or patches contrasting with the background, or contrasting, as in a dappled fawn. And yeah, that is a good example, because when the deer are little, when they're the fawns, they have a very special pattern on their backs that makes them more camouflaged. And it does a surprisingly good job. Dappled. It's totally turned into that song from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Not sure how that happened. The next word is dapsone. Dapsone. Noun from 1952. An antimicrobial agent, C12H12N2O2S, used especially to treat leprosy and a chronic form of dermatitis. I wonder what kind of form of dermatitis that is. It's probably something very bad. Maybe it's painful. But yeah, some dapsone. You need some dapsone. It is the... what do we got? We got the DA. Oh, this is interesting. The DA from diamine. It's not the DIA, which are the first three letters. It's the D and then the A from diamine. Then the P from phenyl, which is spelled with a PH. Man, they really took some liberties here. And then from the word cell phone, not cell phone, it's SULFONE, cell phone. They took the S from the beginning and then the ONE from the end. Man, this is just a Frankenstein of things. Diamine phenyl sulfone became dapsone. Next is DAR, all caps. The letters DAR, abbreviation for Daughters of the American Revolution. I feel like I have heard about this group, but I don't remember if they were on the north side or the south side. Maybe we need to put a link in the show notes to get a little bit more information. They were called the DAR. Next is Darby and Joan. It's the names, capital D-A-R-B-Y, Darby, and Joan, capital J-O-A-N. And what I find interesting is the pronunciation guide says that the and word is just un or an. There's no D sound in there, and. I don't know why they didn't put the D sound in there. Darby and Joan. Maybe because you say it quickly like that, you don't really get the D sound. This is a noun from 1760. It is a happily married, usually elderly couple. Darby and Joan. And this is probably, I think we could probably take off the probably from Darby and Joan, which is a couple in an 18th century song. And I am not familiar with my 18th century songs, but maybe I can find an example of it and put it in somewhere here, or at the very least put a link in the show notes.
Darby dear, we are old and gray, 50 years since our wedding day, shadow and sun for everyone as the years roll on.
Darby and Joan. Happily married, usually elderly couple. I would like to become an Darby and Joan. Next is Dard. Capital D-A-R-D. Dard. Noun from 1902. And the synonym is Daric? Yes, Daric. No, sorry, Dardic with a D in the middle. Dardic. And that we're going to have that word in a few words just from now, so you can wait patiently to hear what that is. Next is Dardan. Capital D-A-R-D-A-N. Dardan. It's not Dardan. It's Dardan. Adjective or noun from 1513, and it is archaic. The synonym is Trojan. Yeah, this is from the Greek Dardanos, so I wonder, I am not familiar with my ancient Greek things, but I wonder if the area, did it have different names? Dardan, Trojan, Dardanos? I don't know. Maybe we need some more information of why they're the same thing. But we have another related word. Chicka, 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 chicka. It is Dardanian, capital with a capital D, adjective from 1581. So Dardan was 1513. What are we looking at? 68 year difference here. 1513 for Dardan and 1581 for Dardanian. And again, the synonym is just Trojan. So the Trojans can be Dardans or Dardanians. And I think it would be funny if the Trojan condom company released a special one that was called Dardan or Dardanian or something. It'd be a little inside joke for people who know their ancient Greek things. Next is, here's that word Dardic, which got shortened to Dard. This one also has a capital D. Noun from 1910. A complex of Indo-Aryan languages spoken in the upper valley of the Indus, or Indus. I don't know how to pronounce that. Indo-Aryan. Where might this be? Again, I think we need to put a link in the show notes so we can learn more about this. Dardic/Dard, complex of languages. Interesting. In Aryan, I feel like that is probably in Europe somewhere, but I'm not so sure. Never heard of that one. Okay, our next one, it's a big one, kind of. It is the word dare. D-A-R-E. I only say it's a big one because it's literally taking up more space than any of these other ones. This is the first form, verb, from, where's the year? There's so much information in the etymology. Here we go. Before the 12th century. So, boy, this is honestly very complicated to read. Where does the etymology end? I think it ends there. So, okay, this is interesting because I think there's just a general verb definition, but then it gets into intransitive and transitive. I've not seen that before, I don't think. Okay, that's why this was so complicated. So the verb definition just says, to be sufficiently courageous to. Dare. I dare you to do something, but I dare to make this podcast. To be sufficiently courageous to. The example, there's a couple of them. No one dared say a word. No one was sufficiently courageous to say a word. Why not? I think we need to. I think we need to dare. The next example is a quote. She dare not let herself love. Ooh. She dare not let herself love. She was sufficiently courageous to not let herself love. Maybe if you let yourself love, that could be sufficiently courageous. You gotta love. You gotta love yourself, and you gotta love other people. I mean, maybe not everybody, but that is a quote, by the way, from G.B. Shaw. Okay, now we have intransitive. There's just one of those. To have sufficient courage. As in, try it if you dare. We recently rewatched that show, Freaks and Geeks, and at the beginning of one of the episodes, a couple of the kids make up a very gross mixture of things in a blender, and I think they were literally daring their friend to drink it for probably money. So yeah. Try it if you dare. He did try it if he dared. He did, and I believe, if it looks pretty real. Like, I don't think that they made a fake drink for him to taste. I think they really put in all these gross things, and he actually did drink a little bit of it. Much respect to you, Martin Starr. Okay, now we have transitive 1A, to challenge to perform an action, especially as a proof of courage, as in, dared him to jump. To challenge to perform an action, especially as proof of courage. So I am challenging you to do this thing because if you do it, then you will prove that you have courage. Jumping across a thing, oh God, there's so many things. I think everybody's been dared to do something at some point. 1B, to confront boldly. And the synonym is defy, as in, dared the anger of his family. He confronted the anger of his family in a bold way. Why were they angry? Number 2, to have the courage to contend against, venture, or try, as in, the actress dared a new interpretation of this classic role. It's a very long and specific example that's not a quote. I mean, maybe it is a quote, but it doesn't say it is. The actress dared a new interpretation of this classic role. I think that's great. I think it's really fun and interesting, and it pushes art when, we see the same roles or shows or plays or whatever put on over and over again. And I think if you make it different and interesting, I think that's great. You got to dare to try. Have the courage to contend against, venture, or try. Good for her. Darer. Darer. That is a noun. I guess they're the one who is either daring to do something or they dare somebody else to do something. Let's take a look at this etymology. What have we got here? That's very complicated. The old High German guitar. Not a strummy guitar. Let's see. Oh, okay. Greek. We're getting down to Greek. Tharsos. That's the word. And that means courage. So I think that's the first and third something. Yeah. That's what that is. It comes from the word for courage. Next word is the second form of dare. Noun from 1594. Well, I mean, the word, as we learned in the last one, is from before the 12th century, but this context, is from 1594. 1. An act or instance of daring. Synonym is challenge. As in, foolishly took a dare. Yeah, sometimes it might be kind of foolish to take a dare, but how are you going to know about what you're capable of or what you like to do or whatever? Maybe it's not always so foolish. Number 2, imaginative or vivacious boldness. And the synonym there is daring. Vivacious boldness. I've not heard boldness described that way. All right. Yeah. And then, of course, it's not going to be in here, but there was, of course, that Say No to Drugs campaign in the, I guess, 80s, 90s called DARE. And that I don't think was as successful or as, how do I want to say this? Or as, yeah, not sure how to word that exactly, but, I guess many people disagree with it. And I think that's just fine. All right. Moving on. It is dare again, all caps. No, and this one does not stand for. Now, what drugs? What did that stand for? Dare. I don't remember. This is a different abbreviation. This is Dictionary of American Regional English. I find this so fascinating. I had no idea that there were all these different kinds of dictionaries. I'm probably not going to read them all. And American Regional English. So I wonder if this is... Maybe we can find an example somewhere. There's maybe a word or a phrase, and maybe it tells you... how those phrases are different in different parts of the country. I don't know. I find this very fascinating. I've always found the whole thing of, do you call this soda or pop or Coke or, those kinds of things. I find that just very interesting how different regions say different things. Interesting book. Okay, next. It is daredevil. First form, adjective from 1727. Recklessly and often ostentatiously daring. And the synonym is the word adventurous. I don't think I would call myself a daredevil, but I have definitely done some sort of daring things between bungee jumping and skydiving. Those would be the two biggest ones, I think. But yeah, those are fun, but I don't do it very regularly. It's only happened a couple of times, so I'm not a daredevil. Yeah, I've never even seen the movie, or is there more than one movie, Daredevil? And then there's also the TV show. I started to watch it, haven't finished it, but that's a whole different thing. Next is the second form of daredevil. So the last one was the adjective. This one is the noun from 1794. A recklessly bold person. So in the first one, you can be described as a daredevil, and this one, you are a daredevil. Daredevilry, that is a noun. Daredevilry? And then, this one's even more interesting. Daredeviltry. So it's daredevil with a T-R-Y at the end. Daredeviltry. That is a noun. I guess that would be the thing that the daredevil is doing. What's with all that daredeviltry you're doing, you daredevil? Next is dareful. Dare and then F-U-L. Dareful. Adjective, I'm dareful. I'm full of dare. I don't know where we're going with this. Adjective from 1580. Oh, this one's obsolete. And the synonym is daring. You're so daring, you daredevil. Dareful. Yeah, that's kind of a weird word. I'm glad we don't have that one anymore. Let's get rid of it. Next is a fun contraction. It is darent. D-A-R-E-N'-T. Darent. And it means either dare not, I dare not do that, or dared not. Like the past tense, I dared not, daren't. Who uses this? When does it get used? I've never heard of this. Daren't. I think also you don't hear it because people don't usually say dare not or dared not. I think this is more on the older side. Not quite archaic maybe, but yeah. I'd love to find an example. Next is dare say. Now I think you emphasized the say, so it's dare say. Although I kind of like dare say. It's one word. Verb from the 13th century starting with transitive, venture to say, or think probable. I venture to say, I think probable, I dare say. This is used in present first singular. So I guess that's when you're talking about yourself? Yeah. I dare say. I dare say. The next, we're going to move on to intransitive. The synonyms are agree and suppose. And this is also used in the present first singular. They both are. But one is transitive, one is intransitive. I dare say I agree with you that it means venture to say. I wish I could give you some more context, because I think that would help. Next is the first form of the word daring, adjective from 1575. Venturesomely bold in action or thought. And it says to see the word adventurous for a synonym. Very daring. The daring adventures of this podcast. Daringly is an adverb. Daringness is a noun. I want to go on more adventures. Next is the second form of daring, noun from 1584. Venturesome boldness. So you're bold and you want to go on venture. You're venturing around in a bold way. Daring. Yep, that's the same. All right, we have one more word for this episode. It is Darjeeling. Didn't see that coming, unless you saw the title of this episode. Capital Darjeeling. Noun from 1895. It is a tea of high quality grown especially in the mountainous districts of northern India. I don't know if I've ever had this tea. I've also never seen the movie. I think it's called the Darjeeling Limited, the Darjeeling something. This is just from, it's either a town or a city or a region called Darjeeling in India, and that's what it is. I'm sure some people very much love this tea. All right, so what did we have? Dapple and dapple and dappled, and that's all about the colors. Dapsone, D-A-R, Darby and Joan. Dard, Darden, Dardanian, Dardic, Dare, D-A-R-E, Daredevil, Dareful, Darent, Dare Say, Daring, Darjeeling. This is hard. I don't know. I kind of like, this Daredevil, Dareful. Yeah, that's kind of a fun old word, Dareful. I don't know. I am a little bit, not really much, but maybe I want to be more. Let's do that. Let's say, I want to be more Dareful in my life. Oh yeah, let's bring some Dareful into all of our lives. I'm just here to have fun and hope that you have fun too. All right. I have to go do some things. Thank you very much for joining me on this wonderful journey called the dictionary. I do appreciate you listening to anything that I say, but at the very least, I'm listening to myself. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I am doing another little TikTok video, and this one, my mouth is very big, and my eyes are very big, and we need to say some things, so there's something to post. The first word is dark. First form, just D-A-R-K. Can't even say the word right. Adjective from before the 12th century, 1A. Devoid or partially devoid of light, and also not receiving, reflecting, transmitting, or radiating light, as in a dark room. This room is not dark. It's semi-light. Let's finish this video and post it, so we have to just real quick click on the things and paste this thing, and I think that is it, and done. Okay. So yeah, that is what dark is. Just not a lot of light, or no reflecting of light, receiving, transmitting, radiating. Dark. There's a good Netflix show called Dark, and I got real into it, and it got real fascinating, and to be perfectly honest, I kind of felt like the ending was a little underwhelming, but maybe I just need to see it again. That was a fun show, though. I recommend it. It's German. Okay, 1B. Transmitting only a portion of light, as in dark glasses. Does anybody call these dark glasses, or do they just call them sunglasses? I really, 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 really need glasses that block some of the sun. I think I'm going to need to get transitions, because I don't want to be swapping out glasses for sunglasses for glasses for sunglasses. That's just a pain in my butt. So yeah, I think I'm now an old man, and I need transitions. And probably they're going to need to be bifocals as well. Okay. Transmitting only a portion of light. 2A. Wholly, that is W-H-O-L-L-Y, wholly or partially black, as in dark clothing. Virtually, why did I say that word so weird? Virtually all of my t-shirts are dark, either black or not quite so black because they're very old and faded. But yeah, most of them are definitely pretty dark. Black, dark. But they've got graphic, fun, cartoony, other kinds of images on them, which are not so dark usually. Sometimes they are. But I do have some I got a red shirt and a yellow-orange shirt and a purple shirt. I got a few of those. I think I need more. You're supposed to wear the rainbow, I've heard. 2B, and this is talking about a color. The definition is of low or very low lightness. The color is not very light, so it is dark. There could be dark red, dark blue, dark green, dark all the other colors. I'm not going to list them. You know them. 2C, being less light in color than other substances of the same kind, as in dark rum. Okay, what is dark rum? It's less light in color. If I were an alcohol expert, I would be able to tell you why it's less light in color. There's something going on. Is it stronger or what? I think they usually are stronger. I think dark rum usually is. Yeah, okay. That's that one. 3A, arising from or showing evil traits or desires. And the synonym is evil. Arising from or showing evil traits. Yeah, and I don't remember what I was watching, but there was something. Anyway, there's the whole, it's widely regarded, I feel, as a kind of standard thing, at least in most countries. But, there's the idea of dark is evil and light is good. And there's really, is there a rhyme or a reason for that? I don't know. I think it probably could stem from skin color, people being racist. There might be other, then there's also just the idea of, daytime light feels happy and then dark feels scary and whatever. But I don't know. I think it goes beyond that. There's an example. The dark powers that lead to war. Those powers be evil. 3B, the synonyms are dismal and gloomy, as in had a dark view of the future. Their view is not so happy. It's just gloomy and dismal and sad and maybe dystopian. Ugh. I could definitely take that mental route of the future, but I try to choose to see it in a less dark way, but I do understand how, oh boy, I see it going both ways. 3C, lacking knowledge or culture. And the synonym is unenlightened. Lacking knowledge or culture. There's an example. A dark period in history. I think we could probably also use dismal and gloomy again here. Lacking knowledge or culture. 3D, relating to grim or depressing circumstances, as in dark humor. I love dark humor. I love dark comedies. Not everybody cares for them, but if you can get the humor or appreciate it, it's not for everybody. Nope. But my wife and I, we do like that. I should probably be able to think of an example of one off the top of my head, but I don't know if I can, because my brain says, nope, you can't do that right now. You're reading the dictionary. We're not going to think about that. Dark humor. What would be a dark humor? Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll think of an example. 4A, not clear to the understanding. Okay, well that definition is dark because I am not understanding it. Not clear to the understanding. It's just not easy to be understood. 4B, not known or explored because of remoteness, as in, the darkest reaches of the continent have not been explored because they are so remote nobody can get to them. Number 5, not fair in complexion. So, darker in complexion. They can't use darker because it's the word in the definition. They can't do that. Not fair in complexion. The synonym is swarthy. I guess, maybe I just don't know the definition of swarthy. But is swarthy tall, dark, and handsome something? That's an interesting word. Number 6, the synonym is secret, as in kept his plans dark. Nobody else is allowed to know about his plans because they are secret. 7, possessing depth and richness, as in a dark voice. I have never heard of a voice be described as dark. I definitely do not have a dark voice. There's no depth. Maybe it's a little rich, but it's way up here, I think sometimes. It's not dark. It's not, I don't know. It's medium roast. 8, closed to the public, as in the theater is dark in the summer. If we're talking about a movie theater, that's a very bad decision. Why would the movie theater be dark in the summer? That doesn't make any sense to me. But there are other examples that make more sense. Something is dark in there's lots of things that are dark in the winter. Anything outdoors is going to be dark in the winter. A synonym for everything, although that might be a stretch, is the word obscure. Obscure. Darkish is an adjective, darkly is an adverb, and darkness is a noun. The etymology says, so Middle English, derk, D-E-R-K, just looks like a funny word. Is it dirk? Derk? How do they say it? Old English, diore, no, there's a C, diork, D-E-O-R-C, diork. I, again, don't know how they said it. Akin to the Old High German tarchenen, and that means to hide. Tarchenen. So yeah, things in the dark, they're hiding, and that became Djork and Dirk, and then dark. That was a lot of stuff for the first word, dark, and it is now time to do a sound effect, and I'm really, as you can maybe tell, I'm feeling like I have a very hard time with this sound effect thing. I'm doing a lot of the same stuff, and I think I need, if you have a suggestion of a good sound effect, please tell me. All the info is in the show notes. If you would like to make your own sound effect, I think I forgot to mention that in yesterday's episode, you can do that. You can record it, and you can send it, and I'll use it in a whole episode. Same with like a little music ditty. I think that would be fun. Go ahead and make one. Short. Okay, but I need a sound effect. Maybe we'll do something for that. Maybe it'll just be like a... No, that was terrible. Maybe it's more like... it'll be... The next word is the second form of dark, noun from the 13th century, 1a, a place or time of little or no light. The synonyms are night or nightfall. There is a place and a time. During the night, there's little or no light. Ooh, that rhymed. A place and a time. Okay. 1b, absence of light. And the synonym is darkness. So, how is that a noun? Darkness, I guess if you put the N-E-S-S, darkness, it's a thing. It might be not physical thing, but it's a thing. It's a noun, because that's the form that we're on. Darkness. Absence of light. Number 2, a dark or deep color. That's it. Just that. A dark or deep color, you would just call it dark? That as a noun? There's a phrase, in the dark, and there are two definitions. Number 1, in secrecy, as in, most of his dealings were done in the dark. He's doing something secret and maybe illegal, and that's why he's got to do it in the dark, so nobody knows what's going on. Yep. Number 2, in ignorance, as in, kept the public in the dark about the agreement. Why is the public not allowed to know about this agreement? The public is ignorant to this agreement, so they are in the dark. I don't like being in the dark. I literally, I don't mind it so much. I do like the light, but the dark is sometimes fun. It's just to be in the dark. That's great, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about I want to know what's going on. I don't like not knowing. Like at work, if there's information that I don't know and then I learn about it later, I'm like, oh, it would have been great to know that. I don't like being in the dark. Please don't keep me in the dark. Tell me about things. The next word is the third form of the word dark. This is a verb from the 14th century starting with intransitive, which is obsolete, which means to grow dark. I think now we use darken to grow dark, but this one they just used to use the word dark. Transitive is to make dark. So is this one obsolete as well? Not sure. Dark, dark, dark. Doesn't say. It's not clear. That's it for dark, but we have a lot of more words that start with dark into about halfway into tomorrow's episode. So, dark adaptation is next. 2 words, noun from 1900. I've not heard of this one. It is the process including dilation of the pupil, increase in sensitivity of the retinal rods, and regeneration of rhodopsin, by which the eye adapts to conditions of reduced illumination. Dark adaptation. So the dark is not the dark. The eye is adapting to the dark. Okay. So the process, including dilate. So is this a thing that the eye doctor will do? They'll dilate the pupil, or is this a natural process that happens when you are adapting to the dark? I think that's what it is. Yeah. I think my eyes are pretty sensitive to light, and so when it gets dark, obviously, it takes a minute to adapt this whole dark adaptation process, but I think my eyes are pretty good at adapting. I think I can see pretty well in the dark, once I'm adjusted. So the process, we'll just re-say it real quick. The pupil dilates, which means that the black part of your pupil gets bigger. It's like the iris of a camera, so it's going to let in more light, as much light as possible. It's basically a hole. The hole gets bigger in your eye, so all the light can come in. I said I would do this quickly. It's not quickly. There's an increase in sensitivity of the retinal rods. Okay, the back, I think it's the back of your eye has rods and cones. The rods, I always forget which is which, but this one tells us it's about the sensitivity to light. The cones are for color. So the rods increase their sensitivity to light, and regeneration of rhodopsin, which is rhodopsin. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Whatever that is, by which the regeneration of rhodopsin, by which the eye adapts to conditions of reduced illumination. Yeah, so basically, it's the process that your eyes go through to see better in the dark and adapt to the darkness. Next is Dark Age. Dark Age. 2 words, noun from 1640. It's the time before there was any light at all. Not really. 1. A time during which a civilization undergoes a decline, as 1A. In this one, 1A would be plural, so Dark Ages, and it is capitalized. The D and the A are capitalized. This is the European historical period from about AD 476 to about 1000. So that's 524 years, around there. And then just broadly, that is also called the Middle Ages. I don't know if I knew that they were the same thing, Middle Ages, Dark Ages. And so, yeah, this was a time during which the The year a place had a decline, and that is a long, long time to be in a decline. 1b, and this is also often plural and often capitalized. It is the Greek historical period of 3 to 4 centuries from about 1100 BC. So I think what it's saying, it's starting at about 1100 BC, so that would be 1, 2, 3, about 3,100 years ago, for about 300 to 400 years, so from 1100 BC until about, what would that be, 900 or 800, no, 800 or 700 BC. Math. That's a pretty long time to be in a decline. 2a, this is often plural, often capitalized. The primitive period in the development of something, just something in general, as in the Dark Ages of medicine. I think that, there was a long time we were in the Dark Ages of medicine up until probably not all that long ago. Possibly in your lifetime, we could have been considered in the Dark Ages of medicine. But what is it going to be like in another 100 years? Or even 50 years? Are we going to say at that time that right now in 2022 that we were in the Dark Ages of medicine? It's entirely possible. Also just technology in general. But you look back 40, 50 years, 80 years, 100 years, 200 years. Oh, they knew nothing. 2b, often plural, often capitalized. A state of stagnation or decline. I think the American political system, the all of that, just the governmental situation is kind of in the Dark Ages. I think we're definitely going in a decline right now as a country. Oh, I hope we can stop this. Let's stop the Dark Age from happening. Okay, we gotta move on. Dark Continent is next.
I feel like this whole episode I should just pitch my voice down by a little bit because it's dark. Noun from 1829.
Number 1, it is often capitalized with the D and the C. It is the continent of Africa. It's called the Dark Continent. And is this a phrase that is used disparagingly? It seems like it could be. That's interesting. I have to imagine it's because of the color of the people of the skin who have lived there for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. I mean, don't we pretty much know that life as we know it, at least human life, started in Africa? I don't feel like that should be considered dark. I don't know. That's interesting. But maybe some people use it as a term of endearment. I'm not sure. Number 2, something unknown or unexplored. If this is what we're talking about with Africa, I also don't think that makes any sense. I don't think, there might be areas that have not been explored very much, but in general, I think we pretty much know what's there. It's not like it's Mars. All right, that was Dark Continent. Next is darken. Verb from the 14th century, starting with intransitive. 1, to grow dark. Become obscured. As in, the skies were darkening. When the sun goes down, which is not an accurate thing to say. I should say, when the earth rotates so the sun is not in view anymore, which is a lot longer to say, the sky is darkening. Sharon hates the summer because the sun is up for so long here that she wants to maybe watch some dark horror movies or something, or just really any movie. She's like, the sun. The sun needs to go away so we can watch a movie. It's too bright out. It's hard to see on the TV, and the mood is just not right. All right, number 2, for the intransitive verb of darken, to become gloomy, as in, his mood darkened. I don't like it when my mood darkens. Something's got to have happened usually, and it makes me unhappy, and then my mood gets darkened. It's not my favorite. Moving on to transitive, number 1, to make dark. Go please darken the sky so we can watch. Actually, we have been known to put pillows and blankets and stuff behind the blinds of the windows, which probably looks very weird from outside, but it helps to darken the room. Where were we? Number 2, to make less clear, and the synonym is obscure, as in, the financial crisis darkened the future of the company, and probably the future of many, many other people and companies. 3, synonyms are taint and tarnish. Like your the example. I was jumping ahead, I didn't even know it. Darkened his reputation. It has been tainted and tarnished. Maybe somebody else darkened his reputation. That's probably what it is. Maybe he darkened his own reputation. That wasn't very smart. Why would you go do that? Silly boy. 4, to cast a gloom over. Darkening the it's less physical. I feel like this is more of an emotional gloom in this situation. Number 5, to make a darker color. And if you're painting and you want the paint to be darker, you just put in a drop of black, just a little bit, because it goes a long way. You can't take the black out. You put it in just a little bit at a time. This is normal painting stuff. I don't paint, but I know this. Just a little bit. You can make it darker. It's harder to. I mean, you can put in white, but I don't know if that's going to work. Just do it smarter. Darkener is a noun. I guess that would be the one or the thing that is doing the darkening is the darkener. There's no etymology. Next is dark energy. 2 words, noun from 1998. A hypothetical form. Okay, this is a good one. A hypothetical form of energy that produces a force that opposes gravity and is thought to be the cause of the accelerating expansion of the universe. All right, we got to talk about this a little bit. So, they know that the universe is expanding because of science. There's the red shift and the blue shift and the Doppler effect, and I think Hubble figured this out and basically saw that the planets and the galaxies were moving away from each other, and they put that in reverse, and that's how they figured out about the Big Bang. Okay, we pretty much know that happened. But here's the thing, and I don't know a whole lot about this, but they think that the expansion is not slowing down like you would think it would be. It's speeding up? How? How is this happening? Well, they think that there is something out there that we cannot see that is the opposite of gravity. Gravity pulls things together. They think that there's something that's pulling things apart, and they're trying to find dark energy out there. Now, I just don't know. I don't know. I think it's fascinating. I don't know. I mean, I guess how. Oh, this just breaks my brain. It really does. Maybe we need to put a link in the show notes about dark energy. How can there be something that opposes gravity? Like, does it not have an effect on Earth? Is there only other things out there, only other places that have dark energy and some don't have it at all or don't have as much? What? How? It's like an antimatter, but it's not antimatter. Oh man, I don't know. Are we ever going to figure out what this is? And then we don't know. Maybe it's something else, but right now we just call it dark energy. And I think people have a problem with that term. I think that they like a different term better. So maybe we'll use that instead. I don't know what it is. Next is dark-eyed Junko. And yes, I did go to the J's to confirm that it is pronounced Junko, because it doesn't tell me here. Dark-eyed is two words with a hyphen, and then the third word is Junco, Junco, noun from 1974. It really sounds like a not nice thing to call somebody, but I don't think it is, because it is a common North American junco. And then the scientific name, or the species name, is Junco hyemalis. And that second word is spelled Hyemalis. And I went to the word junco, but I didn't read what it said it was, so I still don't know what it is. But it is common, and it is in North America, at least this one is. And maybe its eyes are dark. So maybe we got to post a picture of one, and then we all can learn together on social media to learn what a junco is. Next is dark field. And we have heard this word a lot recently because of the James Webb Telescope, because one of the things it does is it takes a dark field image of the sky or of a portion of the sky, and it makes some beautiful images and science. Noun from 1865. I don't know what this is something different though. It is the dark area that serves as the background for objects viewed in an ultramicroscope. What is an ultramicroscope? Is it just, we're going to learn about that in a second, but there's a background, so it's a dark background that you need for an ultra microscope. Okay, that is the opposite of the James Webb Telescope. That's looking at the very small. The telescope is looking at the very big and very far away. Next is dark field microscope. Dark field in this case is two words with a hyphen. Noun from 1926. Interesting. The synonym is ultramicroscope. That's not the interesting part to me. So a dark field microscope uses a dark field as the background. But what I find interesting is that it's 40 years difference between these when they first were used. Oh, I see. Maybe ultramicroscope was also around 1865, which is when dark field was. But then they said, we don't like the name ultramicroscope. That doesn't make any sense. Why did we put ultra at the beginning? What we prefer as the name is dark field microscope. 60 years later, they said dark field microscope is a better name. I got it. There's one more word for this episode. It's dark horse. Two words, noun from 1831, 1A, a usually little-known contender as a racehorse that makes an unexpectedly good showing. Oh, good show, lad. Didn't expect you to do that. Dark horse, come out of nowhere, probably a horse that's racing and not treated well. 1B, an entrant in a contest that is judged unlikely to succeed. So there's a contest and the people are like, we don't think you're going to do so well. You're the dark horse, and if you do well, we will be shocked. Number 2, a political candidate unexpectedly nominated, usually as a compromise between factions. Again, in this case, they probably don't have a great chance at winning, but they might. Okay, the words that we had today were dark, 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 dark adaptation, dark age, dark continent, darken, dark energy, dark-eyed junco, dark field microscope, and dark horse. I am leaning towards dark energy and dark adaptation, the process of the eyes adapting. I think that's pretty cool. Ooh, I mean, dark energy is such a big topic, a big thing that the scientists are working on, which I think is great. But I actually, for some reason, I've always just found it fascinating that your eyes just adapt to the dark. And then you can kind of see I don't know. I'm just going to pick that one because I think that's fun. Dark adaptation is your eyes adapting to the dark. Maybe when you're going to bed and you turn off the lights, but you leave your lights. No, you leave your eyes open and then you can see what's going on in the room. Yeah. That's dark adaptation. I think that's it for the regular part of the show. But what I want to do is I got a new review. You can do that. You can go review this wherever you want. I got a review way back at the end of June, and I keep on forgetting to read it. So I just wanted to read it. It is from, I think it was June 20th. Jennifer J. on Apple Podcasts in Canada. Thank you. 5 stars. Still loving it. That's the name. And then it says, I'm going to read it because it's very nice. Just finished the A's and still having fun. Ooh, you got a ways to go. Not a comedy podcast. That's arguable, but it makes me laugh. Spencer's observations on how absurd the English language is and how absurd we are for reading or listening to every word of it are great. Well, I very much appreciate that. And assuming that you keep on going with this, it's Jeffiner J. If you still keep on going, you will hear this read in the D's whenever you get to it. No clue when that's going to be. All right. That's going to be it for this episode. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to The Dictionary. It is the podcast where I, Spencer, am reading the dictionary and giving you some comments, and I would love it if you told me what you think of this show. If you have suggestions or just lots and lots of praise, either one is fine. The first word in this episode is dark lantern. 2 words. Dark and lantern, spelled the normal ways. Noun from 1640. My brain did a little dyslexia there. It is a lantern that can be closed to conceal the light. So it's a lantern. This is very ironic or paradoxical. A lantern usually provides you with light because it's either there's a flame or a bulb in there. But this one, it's going to make the light, but you can also close it. And so the light cannot come out, which makes it a dark lantern, which just sounds very silly to me. But maybe sometimes you wanna let the flame or the bulb keep on going. This is probably more when there was flames. You didn't want to put out the whole thing, but you didn't want the light temporarily. Then you could maybe put up some walls around this lantern so no light comes out. Okay, that's what I didn't even know that existed. That'll be the sound effect for today. The next one is darkle. Dark with an L-E. Darkle. Darkled and darkling. Those are other forms. Darkling sounds like just a little piece of dark. This is a verb, an intransitive verb, from 1800. 1A. To become clouded or gloomy. So I guess if it's just getting cloudy or gloomy outside, it would be becoming darkled. Or maybe your mood. Maybe your mood gets all gloomy and sad and depressed, and then you are becoming darkled. 1B, to grow dark. As the sun is setting, the sky is darkling. Number 2, to become concealed in the dark. And literally, as I was saying that, the clouds started going in front of the sun, and this room got a little bit darkled. I swear I'd never even thought this was a word. I didn't know that. Next is, it's one of the forms of darkle. So we had darkle, darkled, and darkling. The next one is darkling. It's the first form. Adverb from the 15th century, and all it means is in the dark. If you are in the dark, either literally in the dark in a dark room, it's dark outside, or maybe you are ignorant of the information, you are living life darkling. I want to say darklingly, but I don't think that's appropriate here. Darkling. Next is the second form of darkling. adjective from 1718. Number 1, the synonym is dark. It's just dark. Number 2, done or taking place in the dark. If something is happening in the dark, maybe sleeping, that's the most obvious choice, but there could be lots of things. Maybe you're driving in the dark, and then it would be darkling driving. Darkling driving. Next is darkling beetle, and that is the insect beetle. 2 words. Noun from 1816. Any of a family of firm-bodied, mostly dark-colored, vegetable-feeding nocturnal beetles, which often have vestigial and functionless wings, and whose larvae are usually hard cylindrical worms, like mealworms. Those are the youngins of these darkling beetles. They're cylindrical and they're worms. And, okay, so they have either small or functionless wings. They eat the veggies. They live at night. They're mostly dark-colored, which is maybe partly why they're darkling beetles, but also they're nocturnal, so they're awake at night, which is another reason why they're probably called darkling. And I'm sure that they are dark-colored during the nighttime, so it's harder for predators to see them. The family name is Tenebrionoidea. Tenebrionidae. And they are so firm-bodied. Look at those firm bodies. I guess they are also called Tenebrionid. Tenebrionid. Maybe that's how you say it. Tenebrionid? Oh, that is a hard word to say to figure out if you've never heard it before. That is the darkling beetle. Next. It is dark matter. Ooh, so this is related to dark energy, which we had in yesterday's episode. Noun from 1982. Non-luminous matter, not yet directly detected by astronomers, that is hypothesized to exist to account for various observed gravitational effects. And, you know, matter. Everything that we have here is matter. My feet, the planet Earth, your hair, the trees, the animals, all the stuff, they're made up of matter. Now, I believe this is different from antimatter. This is dark matter. So they think that this is maybe having the opposite effects of gravity. It's very complicated and very weird, but yes, I think this is connected to dark energy, and it's just so complicated. It's just everything about it is crazy. The cosmos is crazy. What are we going to learn in the next 20 years? I wonder if this is related. I'm not sure. Probably not. It is dark reaction. 2 words, noun from 1927. Any of a series of chemical reactions in photosynthesis not requiring the presence of light and involving the reduction of carbon dioxide to form carbohydrate. Especially, we have the synonym Calvin cycle. It is a series of chemical reactions, so photosynthesis is when the leaves in the plants are turning the light from the sun into energy, and so I guess this is one portion of that. It does not require light. Interesting. It's dark reaction. If there's any plants out there who want to tell me their thoughts on this portion of your feeding cycle, please let me know. Next is dark room. 1 word. It is a room that is dark. Noun from 1841. A room with no light or with a safe light for developing light-sensitive photographic materials. And for some reason, I am having a deja vu, and I don't know why, because I clearly have never read this portion for this podcast. All right. Yeah, I think I've been in a dark room once or twice. I've seen them many times in TV shows and the movies shows. But yeah, I've never done any work in them, and Sharon has. Sharon, she studied photography in college, and I think maybe a little in high school, and I think it's very cool. It's a very slow, tedious process, especially if you're making adjustments to your photographs. But it's got to be a dark room because if you show the negative or something to the light, or if the thing is in the light, it's just not going to work. That's just how it happens with those non-digital photos. And you got to have a dark room. You will see a red light, and that light, I guess that's called the safe light, because the photographs, the film will not be affected by that light for whatever reason. Either it's the redness of it, or maybe it's so dim. I'm not sure of the science behind that one, but yeah, you need a very, very dark room to do all of your photo processing if it's not digital. Yeah, that's all I got to say about that. There's different chemical baths, and you can zoom in on a thing. You can, depending on how much different portions of the photo are exposed to the paper, it'll lighten or darken it. And it takes a lot of experimenting, but people are very good at it. All right, we've said enough about that. Next is darksome. 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 Adjective from circa 1530. Gloomily somber. And the synonym is dark. It's just going back to, I think, your emotions. Are you feeling somber in a gloomy way? Sometimes I feel like that. I think everybody does sometimes. And if you are feeling that way, you can just say, I'm so darksome. That's the word that most people probably are not familiar with, because I am not. Darksome, darksome, go away, darksome. All right. Oh, okay. Our next word. It is not a word that should be used. It is not a word that I feel comfortable saying, but I have to say all the words here. And it does specifically say usually offensive. I would change that. Well, I guess it anyway. It's the word darky, D-A-R-K-Y, or you can replace the Y with an I-E. Noun from 1775, usually offensive. 1775. I feel like it might have been even before that, but I guess that's the first known usage of it. And it just means a black person. So here in America, I'm sure this is where this word got started. We had slaves for a very long time. And people did not see them as human beings, to put it bluntly. So this was just a word that they used in a very, very mean way, and I don't like it. We're going to move away from that. We have the word darling. A very, very shockingly opposite word from the last word, just in terms of its meaning usually. This is the first form. Noun from before the 12th century. 1. A dearly loved person. 2. The synonym is favorite. As in the example, a director who is the darling of the critics. The critics love this director. They love everything this director does. Why? What do they do that you love so much? I wonder if there is a film director who just all the critics love. Probably not. Everybody's opinions are different. Let's see. This is from the Old English Deore, D-E-O-R-E, and that means dear. So yeah, dear, you darling, the darlings of Lumberland.
Yes, it's the darlings of Lumberland. Their voices are the echoes mausoleums certainly said.
Next is the second form of darling. Adjective from the 15th century. 1. Dearly loved. And the synonym again is the word favorite. 2. Very pleasing. And the synonym is charming. Darlingly is an adverb, and darlingness is a noun. Darlingness is an odd word. Is that the amount of darling that somebody has? You exude such darlingness. It makes me want to call you a darling. You are a darling. Next word. It is, now this is an interesting word. It is Darmstadium. I think that is how you say it. Darmstadium. It is spelled, this is all one word. Darmstadium. Darmstadium. It could be Darmstadium, but I don't think so. It's just the D before the T is sort of throwing me off. Noun from 2003. We don't usually see the 2000s. It is a short-lived radioactive element produced artificially. So humans are making this radioactive element. It says you can see the element table for more information about it. And it is from Darmstadt, Germany. And I think it would be pronounced Darmstadt, which is why I think it should be pronounced Darmstadium. But I think that the A in the pronunciation would have would have the umlaut above it, but maybe not. I like Darmstadium. Moving on. It is the word darn, first form, verb from circa 1600. Darn. Number 1. To mend with interlacing stitches. This is not at all something I'm familiar with. I was confused when I read that it was a verb. I've, definitely not heard darn used as a verb. By the way, I don't think I mentioned we are starting with transitive. Maybe I said that. I don't know. I'm so sorry. Number 2, to embroider by filling in with long, running, or interlacing stitches. So the first one is mending with interlacing stitches, and the next one is embroider by filling in with long, running, or interlacing stitches. Now we have intransitive. There's just one of them, which says to do darning. And that just means you're going to go do the stuff with the interlacing stitches. Darn it, I got to do some darning. My fabrics is ripped. Darner is a noun. Next is the second form of darn, noun from 1720. A place that has been darned. Okay, as in a sweater full of darns. This is back to the mending and the stitching with the fabrics. So if your sweater has a bunch of holes from moths, you didn't put it in with the mothballs, you got to darn it up, and then there's going to be a bunch of darns. Maybe you darn it with yarn. It's a yarn darn. Next is the third form of darn. You could also spell it dern and pronounce it dern, D-U-R-N. It is an adjective or an adverb from 1781. And the synonym is damned, D-A-M-N-E-D. And you can go all the way back to just to hear me talk about damned. That was the episode. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 episodes ago or so. Damned. So darn or dern, and this is a euphemism. That's what the etymology says. It's just a euphemism. Next is the fourth form of darn, also dern, verb from 1781. The synonym is damn, D-A-M-N. So some people like to say darn. Maybe they feel like it's less intense, less sweary. Darned or derned, those are other forms, adjective or adverb forms of darn. Darn, 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 darn. This one. Okay, so that was the verb. So I guess that would be the act of damning somebody or darning somebody, or maybe other things. Next is the fifth form of darn or dern, noun from 1840. And again, the synonym is damn. And again, this is the noun. So the damning that you damn is the darn. I have not actually recorded the episode with damn yet, so I don't even know what we said. I am recording that tomorrow, actually, at the time of recording. So we will get to learn all about that. Ooh, which reminds me, I need to rewatch that episode of the swear word show for the word damn, to get me back in the mood. Next is darnel. Darnel, darnel. Noun from the 14th century. Any of several usually weedy, that's W-E-E-D-Y, weedy ryegrasses, and the genus name is Lolium. L-O-L-I-U-M. Ryegrasses that are usually weedy. That's it for darnel. Next is darning needle. Darning needle. 2 words, noun from 1742. Number 1, a long needle with a large eye for use in darning. When you gotta patch up your sweater, you need a darning needle. Number 2, this is interesting. The synonyms are dragonfly and damselfly. And I feel like, yes, I remember reading damselfly. So do they have a thing like a proboscis, a mouth, a nose, a pointy thing that comes out of their face that looks like a darning needle? That's curious to me. Next is DARPA, all caps DARPA, abbreviation for Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And we are going to post a link in the show notes where you can go learn more about DARPA. But the little bit that I understand is that I believe that they are a government body, and it's a lot of research. They make new technology things. I think they work with the military a lot and NASA, and a lot of things, even in your day-to-day life, have come from DARPA. And so, yeah, it's just a very interesting thing. Defense Advanced, so they're doing very advanced technological research for projects, specific projects, which then either become real things, maybe for the military or NASA, and then sometimes, again, come into your home if it's useful for people. And defense is in there because it's usually for defense. We got one more word for this episode. We have dart. D-A-R-T. First form, noun from the 14th century. 1A is archaic, and it is a light spear. So I guess, is that the spear that you throw with your whole hand, like it's, we think of darts as being those short little things that are maybe 6 inches long, but a spear I think of as something that's maybe a foot long, or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 feet long. But this one is a light spear, so it's just maybe a small one. But again, this is archaic, so we don't call these things darts anymore. 1B1, a small missile, usually with a pointed shaft at one end and feathers at the other. A small missile. Now, is this the kind of missile it's like shooting fuel out the back end? I don't know. 1B2, it is a game in which darts are thrown at a target. And I think those are the small missiles. I don't think that there's any jet fuel shooting out the back of it. These are the ones that you throw with your hand into the dart board. And then, of course, like we said, in 1B2, it's a game. There's numbers, there's different ways to play the game. If you get it into this circle, it's double those points. This circle is triple those points. One of the center circles is 50 points. The other center circle is 100 points. Usually that's how it goes. Number 2A. Something projected with sudden speed, especially a sharp glance. Your eyes are darting at somebody to glance at. 2B. Something causing sudden pain or distress, as in darts of sarcasm. Something causing sudden pain or distress? How can sarcasm cause you pain or distress? Maybe emotionally, but probably not physically. But yeah, maybe you say, "Ooh, I got a dart of pain where my appendix is. I got an appendix pain." Number 3, something with a slender pointed shaft or outline, and then specifically a stitched tapering fold in a garment. What might this be? A stitched tapering fold. I'm not a tailor. I don't deal with clothes, so slender pointed shaft or outline. Interesting. I'm trying to think. Is it cuffs? Is it your collar? Is it like the hem of the bottom of a shirt or dress or pants? Interesting. And then number 4, a quick movement, as in made a dart for the door. You got to get out of there quick. You got to dart over the door before anybody sees you. Maybe you've got feathers on your butt so you can move more quickly and not get off course. Let's see. The etymology isn't terribly interesting to me. So what did we have today? Dark lantern. That was interesting. Didn't know about that one. Darkle. It's when things are getting dark. Darkling. Darkling beetle. Dark matter. That's a good contender for the word of the episode. Dark reaction. Dark room. That's also a good one. Darksome. Darky. Not going to pick that. We don't like that word. Darling. Darm stadium or stadium. Darn. Darnel. Darning needle. DARPA and dart. There are some good ones in here, but I think if I remember from yesterday, I picked dark adaptation, so I think I'm kind of feeling like just so we can sort of get dark energy combined into this one, I think I may have to pick dark matter as the word of the episode. I think there is a coffee company, maybe in Chicago, called Dark Matter. Is it a coffee company or is it a cafe? I don't know. I don't remember. Do they make coffee or do they just brew coffee? I have no idea. Dark matter, there's something happening in the universe. Dark matter is the only explanation. I think that's it. I think, this is about as long as these episodes probably should be. Some people probably want them shorter. When we got a guest, they get longer. When is the next time I'm going to have a guest? I don't know. Haven't figured that one out yet. I should probably do one soon. All right. I'm going to stop talking at ya so you can go do some other stuff. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. What's going on with you? I hope you are doing great. Thank you very much for joining this podcast. You have joined, and the party can now begin. We will just talk about the words. The first one is the second form of dart. Oh, what I wanted to say was I was hoping to have a guest on this episode because we have a big topic in this episode, and a guest would have been great, an expert to talk about this in a more educated way, a more intelligent way than what I will probably say. But I think I will be an okay stand-in for our expert who we just couldn't, he's too busy, so we couldn't make it work. Okay, yeah, back to the first word, second form of dart. It's a verb, from 1531. 1, to throw with a sudden movement. Throw, It's like you're throwing a dart. It is a sudden movement, and you are throwing. To throw with a sudden movement. Number 2, to thrust or move with sudden speed. Yeah, I mean, you could be running. Your running could be darting. 3, to shoot with a dart containing a usually tranquilizing drug. And that is a hard word to say, tranquilizing. Yeah, if the let's see, who are we talking about? Vets, maybe people who are or scientists who are studying animals are gonna help a sick animal. They might need to dart the animal, which will drug it to make it sleep. Ooh, there, the cat has the zoomies. Oh, hey, get off the counter, Bailey. Down. I said down. Don't you look at me like that. Uh-oh. We may have to just let her be because we can't stop the podcast. Yeah, so if they got us make an animal sleep, maybe a wild... Oh, there she goes. Good girl. She was too bored with that spot because, oh, you know what? This could be a poop problem. You got poop stuck to your butt? All right, we're going to pause the podcast. Okay, I'm back. I found no cat poops around, so I think she was just so happy that she went to the bathroom that she just ran around. You cat people, you know what I'm talking about. This is something that you've probably dealt with. And I'm leaving all that in, you know. This is real life. We're here all about realness and truth here on the dictionary. So yeah, this is just what's going on in my life. Back to dart. Back to dart. Do. Okay, they gotta drug the animal with the dart by darting it, and then they can check it out. They can measure it. They can give it a tag if they need to keep track of the animals. Help it in some medical way. Those are all reasons to dart an animal. Sometimes people dart animals for not good reasons, and those are not good. The intransitive definition, just one, to move suddenly or rapidly. As in, darted across the street. Well, this was so highly appropriate, Bailey. You literally darted through the room when I was talking about the word dart. There was so much darting around by that little cat. Shing! That will be the sound effect for today. The next word is dartboard. One word. I wanted to say one word, dartboard. Noun from 1901. I don't know why, but 1901, I just never really thought about when was the dartboard invented? 1901. If somebody asked me, when do you think the dartboard was invented? Okay, now this, we don't know if this is when it was invented or the word was invented. So maybe it's just the English word goes back to 1901. But I gotta think that the dartboard was invented in much before that. Maybe we'll post a link in the show notes. A dartboard is a usually circular board as of compressed bristles used as a target in the game of darts. Compressed bristles, that must be, maybe that's what they used to use? What sort of bristles are these? Or is the dartboard that we think of now, is that made from bristles that have been compressed together to that very dense thing that when you poke a hole in it, it just sort of goes back to the way it was? It is kind of an engineering marvel. They are usually circular. I don't think I've ever seen one that's not circular. I think maybe we need to come up with some dartboard games that are like triangles or squares or weird shapes. I don't play much of the darts. I like it. I've tried it. I don't think I'm very good at it. Once I was at my friend's house when we were kids. I don't know, 12, 13. He had a dartboard with real darts, real pointy darts. You got to be careful. But one of us threw the dart at the dartboard, and the dart literally went through the metal. You know, there's like the edge of it, the circumference of it has like little metal. It must have been real shitty metal because the dart literally went through the metal, and we were so impressed with that, and I'm sure that it's not that uncommon. Shing! The next word is darter. D-A-R-T-E-R, darter. Noun from 1796. 1. The synonym is anhinga. A-N-H-I-N-G-A. Anhinga. I don't know what it is, but maybe the number 2 definition will tell us what it is. Number 2, any of numerous small North American freshwater bony fishes, especially the genera Amocrypta. That's one of them. The next one is Ethiostoma, and then also Persina, and those, I think, are all of the family Persidae. So they're bony fishes. Does that mean that there are some fishes that do not have bones? Well, the shark is mostly cartilage, but it does have bones in its face. That is the darter. They're probably very fast. Shwing! Okay, here we go with one of our big words that the guest should be talking about. Darwinian, capital D-A-R-W-I-N-I-A-N. Adjective from 1860. 1. Of or relating to Charles Darwin, his theories, especially of evolution, or his followers. So talking about him, talking about the people who followed him, who believed in what he said was right, and also just the things that he talked about. Yeah. You know, there's debate on whether or not, I don't know if it's so much debate, actually. There was somebody else who I think sort of coined the idea before he did, but it didn't get as much press or something like that. Yeah, we got to post a link somewhere. So yes, Darwinian is things that are all about him, his theories, or his followers. 2. Of relating to or being a competitive environment or situation in which only the fittest persons or organizations prosper. Isn't that most competitions? Relating to or being a competitive environment. I don't think I've heard of this used in this context, but I totally can see how, yes, if an environment, if a competition or just a situation specifically is all about the person who is the fittest wins, they prosper, because that's Darwinian. But I think the definition, the meaning of the words that we use all the time, the fittest survive, I'm blanking on the actual phrase, but you know what I'm talking about. There's debate on, it's not necessarily if you're more fit, it's not necessarily the strongest one will survive. It's more nuanced than that. And we will get to there when we talk about the next word. But first, Darwinian is also a noun, in case you were wondering. There's no etymology. Ooh, we're going to get etymology a couple words from now, but you would think that there would be etymology that just says it's from Charles Darwin, but it does not. I have a Darwinian t-shirt. Ooh, should have been wearing that. Worn? I should have been wearing that one. I understand that he's not perfect and his theories weren't perfect. There's not perfectness all around with him, but I still appreciate the science that he helped to bring about. And so I have a probably very inaccurate picture of him sort of hugging a chimp. And again, I get there are problems with the shirt, but I still like it. It's very cute, and I've always liked chimps and science and evolution, so I wear it proudly. Shwing! The next word is Darwinism, with a capital D. Noun from 1864. 1. A theory of the origin and perpetuation of new species of animals and plants that offspring of a given organism. I should have warned you this is going to be a long definition. Okay. Given organism vary, that natural selection favors the survival of some of these variations over others, that new species have arisen and may continue to arise by these processes, and that widely divergent groups of plants and animals have arisen from the same ancestors. Don't worry, we're going to go through this again for people who aren't paying attention. Compare to the fourth form of the word evolution, and also probably a sort of synonym, neo-Darwinism. So that's like a newer version of Darwinism. I don't know about neo-Darwinism. I'm going to have to learn about that. Do I have to go back to school? Is that what we're saying here? Okay, so this is the theory that talks about how species change over time and also where they came from. That's what this is talking about. Natural selection. That is a good way. Nature is selecting which types of what was the word? What were variations, processes? There was a specific word that is used. Characteristics. Nature chooses characteristics that better suit the environment. That's basically what it is. If this next animal has a better color pattern to keep it more camouflaged, over generations upon generations upon generations, that aspect of that animal will go through life and eventually it changes, it evolves, and nature says, yes, that's better than the people over there or the animals over there that had a different coloration. So that's all this is. And it is a extremely long process over thousands and probably millions of generations of animals because it's just very slow. There's only going to be slight differences between generation to generation. And just nature in general evolves very slowly, like, just the environment. But here's the problem. Humans are making that evolution in nature happen much faster, and the animals and the plants cannot keep up with this. Can they? No, they can't. So that causes a lot of problems for them in the long run. And obviously, there are lots of other things that are problems for them that we are providing. But hey, what can you do? You just got to let it happen, right? No, that's not what we do. Okay, so yeah, that's. I hope that helped. If you are still confused, I strongly suggest that you go read up on this, maybe watch some videos of people talking about this. I'm sure there's much better examples. There's probably some really fancy animations on YouTube that people with a really great sounding narrator, they talk about it in more detail. Go do that. I could probably talk a lot more about this, but I don't know if you want that. So number 2, unless I think of anything I really want to say. Number 2. A theory that inherent dynamic forces allow only the fittest persons or organizations to prosper in a competitive environment or situation, as in economic Darwinism. So yeah, that's a type of economy where the fittest corporations, more than likely, are going to survive. Interesting. Compare to social Darwinism. That's another one that I'm not so sure about. I don't know. Is it a synonym? Is it an antonym? Is it something just off to the side that's just similar but different? I'm sure I've heard it at some point. I don't know. The fact that we all come from one ancestor is, and there are people who don't believe this is true. We could talk about creationism, but the fact that people don't really think that that any of this is true, that evolution doesn't exist, just boggles my mind. I don't really know how many people these days really believe that, or I should say don't believe it. But the science is there. The facts are there. And it's taken a very, very long time. It just blows my mind how we went from one thing to these things. And it's just bonkers. Darwinist is a noun or an adjective. Somebody who is studying the Darwinism could be called a Darwinist, if they so choose. Fring! The next word is Darwin's finches. We still got that capital D at the beginning with apostrophe S. Noun from 1947. Finches of a subfamily having great variation in bill shape and confined mostly to the Galapagos Islands. A place that I would really, really, really love to visit before they stop letting people visit there because the people keep on messing it up. This is from Charles Darwin, if you didn't know. The subfamily name is Geospizinae. Geospizinae. I got it close enough. Sorry, that was my chair moving. Okay, this is like one of the best examples, which is why it's so in the book. It is so famous, it's in the book. Darwin's finches, he found that on the Galapagos Islands, there's a family of finches over here on this island and another one over here on this island, and they're very similar, but there's a difference. There's a big difference. Their bill, the thing that's got their mouth and their nose, the pokey thing in the front, it's different because the birds on Island A are really well suited to eat the food on Island A, and the birds on Island B are really suited to eat the food that's on Island B. And the islands have been there for a very long time, and they've changed over the years. And so the finches were able to evolve with the food because they got split off at some point. That's a perfect example, and it's so close, and that's why they're so great. Darwin's finches. Now, he may have eaten the finches or done something bad to the finches, and that I don't agree with. Shwing! The next is Darwin tulip. Is this a tulip that he found, that he named? I don't know. Noun from 1889, a tall, late flowering tulip with the flowers single and of one color. The flowers single? It's probably not a single flower. Oh, sorry, I was thinking leaves or petals. One color, single flower, and it's late flowering. So I wonder if that's late in the season? Is it like maybe closer to the fall? I don't do the flower thing, so somebody's going to have to tell me. Next is dash. One word, verb from the 14th century, starting with transitive. 1. To break by striking or knocking. But you're breaking it. So you don't want to break or strike the vase that's on the table, because then it will be dashed, like my dreams. 2. To knock, hurl, or thrust violently. 3. Synonyms are splash and spatter. Splash and spatter. I think of paint being spattered or splashed on a canvas, but I wouldn't say that paint has been dashed. 4a, synonyms are ruin and destroy, as in, the news dashed his hopes. For maybe his team, he thought they were going to win, but they didn't, and he found out from the news because he wasn't watching the game. 4b, synonyms are depress and sadden. That's when your hopes have been dashed. You are now depressed and saddened. 4c, to make ashamed. To make ashamed a person? 5, to affect by mixing in something different, as in, his delight was dashed with bitterness. His delight was dashed with bitterness. So in his delight, he also had a bit of bitterness, and so he just a little dash. It's like salt. He just dashed his delight with bitterness. The definition says to affect by mixing in something different. This is just very odd to me. 6, to complete, execute, or finish off hastily. And this is used with down or off, as in, dashed down a drink. It has been completed, the drink has been completed, the drink has been executed, and the drink was finished off hastily, very quickly. And chances are it was an alcoholic drink, and it's not always the best idea to finish those off hastily, but sometimes, you just gotta, because you gotta leave. Also as in, dashed off a letter, just wrote it very quickly. There's probably spelling errors. The handwriting is probably messy. If you used your hand at all, maybe you just typed it. But there's probably going to be a lot of errors. You gotta go back and reread. Everything, just about everything I send off, I gotta reread at least once. I always find a mistake. Number 7 is a euphemism, and we have the number 4 definition for the first form of the word damn as the synonym, which we can read real quickly because it's pretty close. Is it? Yes. 4th, to swear at or curse. You could also dash them, I guess. That's the euphemism. We now have, I didn't realize those were all transitive. Now we have intransitive. 1, To move with sudden speed. And number 2, the synonym is smash. Smash dash. This is from Middle French, dasher, which means to impel forward. So if it's going forward, impel. Quickly, thrustly, it's dashed. Pyong. Second form of dash is a noun from the 14th century. 1A is archaic, and the synonym is blow. Like, what kind of, well, it's archaic, so I have no clue what they're talking about. If you have to blow on your soup, are you dashing your soup? 1B1, a sudden burst or splash. 1B2, the sound produced by such a burst. A dash makes a dash. I am still confused by this. 2A, a stroke of a pen. 2B, a punctuation mark, and that is used especially to indicate a break in the thought or structure of a sentence. Oh, yes, it's showing the dash. So it is a punctuation mark. It shows the dash. I don't know which kind of dash it is. An M dash, an N dash. There's like at least 3 kinds. I don't know which is which. But it looks fairly long. So it is, well, or it's the dash. Anyway, it's a punctuation mark, the dash, that is used to indicate a break in the thought or structure of a sentence. I feel like some people overuse these and some people don't use them enough. We have a lot of toys that we can play with in grammar, and that's just one of them. 3, a small, usually distinctive addition, as in a dash of salt. It's very tiny, pretty tiny, but it's important. It's just enough. It's distinctive. You know the salt is in there because it's the right amount of salt. Also is in a dash of humor. And I believe that is what this podcast has, especially the mistakes. It's a little bit of humor, but it is distinctive. 4, flashy display is a dash. 5, animation in style and action. So if you are doing something, the style or the action, if it's done in an animated way, overly moving maybe, then you are dashing. Listen, this is just what the book says. 6A, a sudden onset, rush, or attempt. Probably in football or soccer. Make a dash for the ball. 6B, a short, fast race. Like the 50-yard dash. That's what we would do in school. I think I was okay at that. I think I was better than most people thought I would be, even myself. Wasn't the best, for sure. But over the years, I was like, after high school, we're not taking this test anymore, but I would really like to know what my time would be. 7, a long click or buzz forming a letter or part of a letter, as in Morse code. So in Morse code, you got the dots and the dashes, and the dash is the dash. So it's a long click or a buzz, and the letters are made up of variations on dots and dashes. I started to use one of those Morse code, learn the Morse code apps, and I was doing okay, but then I just got busy and I haven't done it for a long time, so I've lost all of it. Number 8 is the number 2 definition for the word dashboard. You can just call it the dash. Put your feet up on the dash and don't get into an accident. Fwing! Next is dashboard. So we will get to read what that number 2 definition was. Dashboard. Maybe don't put a dartboard on the dashboard, because I don't think anybody should be playing darts while they're driving or anywhere near a driver. No dart dashboards, please. Noun from 1842. 1, a screen on the front of a usually horse-drawn vehicle to intercept water, mud, or snow. That's old. We don't have a whole lot of horse-drawn vehicles these days. It's our cars and our trucks and our motorcycles that have screens and need screens. especially because they're going so much faster than horse-drawn vehicles. And they intercept water, mud, or snow. It's like football players. Ooh, I got that water, mud, or snow. I'm gonna take it home with me. Number 2, a panel extending across the interior of a vehicle as an automobile, below the windshield, and usually containing instruments and controls. Okay, so yes, that is more specific because I'm thinking of the windshield in cars these days, but the windshield used to be called, it looks like, the dashboard. So yeah, I was a little confused, but it's still funny. Yeah, the dashboard, it's with the wheel is there, your speed is there, your gas tank gauge is there, all of those things, your RPMs, your mileage. A lot of the cars these days are telling you what your mileage is as you go. That's pretty fancy technology. The radio, the CD player, the cassette player, the 8-track deck player, and all the AC controls and the heat and the cold, and they're all different. All the cars are different. So every new car you get into, you're like, I gotta learn this new dashboard. Dashboards are starting to go away because we got those big old screens in these new cars. So the kids today are going to know a whole different dashboard than what we're used to. Shing! The next word is dashed. Dashed. Dreams have been dashed. Hopefully not. Adjective from circa 1889. Made up of a series of dashes. So if a thing has a whole bunch of dashes, maybe it's a box. The box is made up of dashes, a dash and then a space, and then a dash and then a space, and repeat all the way around. It's a dashed box. Shwing! The next word is dasheen. D-A-S-H-E-E-N. This is the last word. Last word. Dasheen, or just dasheen. Noun from circa 1899. The synonym is the word taro or taro, T-A-R-O, and I believe that is a root vegetable. I don't know if it's the same, there could be another word called taro, but if it's the taro I'm thinking of, it's also called dasheen. But the origin of this word is unknown, so that is very sad. The words that we had today were dart, dartboard, darter, Darwinian, Darwinism, Darwin's finches, Darwin tulip, dash, dash, dashboard, dashed, and dasheen. Well, I believe that I should probably pick Darwinism as the word of the episode because no matter who thought of it and who made it popular, what's in there makes a whole lot of sense and was really, really helpful to science. If we didn't have that, nobody ever would have come up with it, and we'd still be thinking that everything was created perfectly at one moment 6,000 years ago, and no evolution has happened. That would be creationism, and it is all not factual. I'm sorry. We are here for the facts of the truth. I said that before. Yeah. They got museums that show, like, people, maybe even Jesus Christ riding a dinosaur with a saddle. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. Maybe Jesus is riding dinosaurs now, but not then. Darwinism is the word of the episode, and the song is going to be Darwinism, blah-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-boop-a-doo. Darwinism, it's a really great thing in science and evolution. Okay, that's going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer, dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Welcome. I am glad that you are here to listen to me talk about some words. And we're just going to check the volume of this a little bit. I think that sounds better. Okay. Yeah, thank you for being here and joining me. This wonderful journey called the dictionary. Let's say the things. If you want to follow me on social media, I just post some pictures of things that come up in this show probably a few days later, maybe more than a few days later than when the episode airs. Instagram and Twitter are at dictionarypod. If you want to email me, you can just say hi, or you can record your own little musical ditty or sound effect or something else. You can email me dictionarypod@gmail.com. If you do the Facebook thing, it's The Dictionary Pod, or just The Dictionary. If you want to throw $1 a month my way to get episodes as soon as they're ready to go, I put them up on the Patreon, so you get them pretty early. That is just search Speedjampar, or maybe just The Dictionary, either one of those. The link is in the show notes, of course. I do a few of these TikTok things, and that's at Speedjampar. There's a Google Voice number if you want to call and leave a voicemail, an old school voicemail. That is 917-727-5757. That's also in the show notes. Let's see. Is there anything else that's really important to tell you? Nah, it's word time. Time for the words. The first one in this last section of page 316 is Dasher. Dasher and Prancer and Flasher and Basser. Dasher, noun from 1790. 1. A dashing person. I don't know any people like that. 2. One that dashes. Super fast. Dash, I think, is the name of the kid in The Incredibles, so Dash is a dasher because he dashes so fast. 3. A device having blades for agitating a liquid or semi-solid. A dasher, this feels like a blender. That's the word. A device with blades that agitates liquids or semi-solids. I mean, we just call it a blender, but maybe this is something different than a blender, or it's just the very, very old name for a blender. That's an interesting one. All right, the sound effect shall be Zew, because it's a dasher. They dashed across the microphone. Next is dashi. Dashi, noun from 1955. A fish broth made from dried bonito. I don't remember what bonito is, but this is a Japanese word that just means broth. Dashi is broth. Dried, so if it's a fish broth, bonito must be something fish-related, is what I think. Next is dashiki. You could pronounce this dashiki, or dashiki. And then, of course, we had the alternate spelling, dai. This, of course, just goes straight into the S. dashiki. Noun from circa 1968. A usually brightly colored, loose-fitting pullover garment. And I will post a picture on the social media of just maybe some examples of dashikis, because I think they come in lots of different styles and patterns and colors. Let's see, this is a modification of the Yoruba word dansiki. Of course, I don't know how they exactly say that. dansiki. And there's a variety of accents on like 4 or 5 of these letters. I think they have different sorts of accents. I'm just dansiki. There is a picture. It's not a very helpful picture because the definition says it's brightly colored, but this has no color in it whatsoever. It's just blacks and whites and grays. But it is a person who's got this pullover garment on, and it's got a little bit of a pattern. There's a couple of pockets up by the neck. That part of it, there's a design, but the rest of it just looks like a solid color. So you'll have to go to social media later and see. Or you can just look it up yourself. Maybe you even have one. It's possible. Next is dashing. That person just went dashing across. Maybe I should make that sound effect in stereo. We could do that. If you're listening to this on two headphones, not just one. I usually listen to my stuff on one headphone, but if you're listening to this on two, maybe I'll have some fun with that. Okay, next is dashing, adjective from circa 1697. 1. Marked by vigorous action. And the synonym is spirited, as in a dashing young horse. Of course, if I were just to hear that out of context, I would think that somebody was saying that the horse is very attractive and dashing and handsome and pretty. But no, it has vigorous action. Number 2, marked by smartness, especially in dress and manners. And smartness in this case is not about your intelligence. It's just smart can sometimes be used to say, oh, you dressed so smart. It looks so good and dashing and proper, and also your manners. So yeah, dashing. That's the dash. The dashing. The dasher is dashing. Dashingly is an adverb. Next is dashpot. Dashpot. One word, noun from 1861, a device for cushioning or damping a movement to avoid shock. And the example of the movement is as of a mechanical part. So the mechanical part is moving around. If it hits a thing, there's gonna be some shock. So you gotta put the dashpot in there to dampen the shock. A device for cushioning or damping a movement. Dashpot. That's an interesting word. There is no etymology. I am a little curious about just where that came from. Maybe we need to find some examples. Maybe if we see what it looks like, we can decipher why it's called a dashpot. Maybe it looks like a pot. Next is Dassy. It looks like Lassie, the dog Lassie, but it's with a D. Noun from 1814. The synonym is hyrax. However that word is pronounced, Hyrax. So I don't know what that is until we get to the H's, but I can tell you that it is an Afrikaans word. That's I think South Africa, but maybe other parts of Africa was where that language is spoken. So a dassy is a hyrax. Hyrax. Next is dastard. Dastard, noun from the 15th century. 1, the synonym is coward. Now I've heard dastardly, which is our next word, but I don't think I've ever heard it used in just the dastard, just the noun form. You're such a dastard. Coward. Number 2, a person who acts treacherously or underhandedly. It's those are not nice things to do. Nope. And that's why when I hear dastardly, I think of that more negative connotation, not a coward. I don't know how much that one gets used these days. Next is dastardly, adjective from 1542. It's so important it gets used so much that it needs its own section, its own entry in the dictionary, instead of just saying, oh, this is just another form of dastard. This one definitely gets used more than dastard. Did I say 1542? I just did. 1, the synonym is cowardly. A coward is cowardly, and a dastard is dastardly. 2, characterized by underhandedness or treachery, as in a dastardly attack. Also as in a dastardly villain. So the dastardly villain is doing a dastardly attack. It's very treacherous and mean and unnice and underhanded. A synonym, I don't know why it says this. A synonym, it says see the word cowardly. Well, you already told me about the synonym cowardly. So what's with that? Dastardliness is a noun. The dastard is dastardly and has dastardliness. That was a slow dash. Next is D-A-T, I guess dat. Dat or date is how you might pronounce it. It's an abbreviation for dative. I think you would say dative. Yeah, not dative, because that would probably be spelled differently. Dative. And we're going to learn about that in tomorrow's episode. Next is DAT, or this one does get pronounced as DAT sometimes. Abbreviation. Oh, this is all caps. Abbreviation for one differential aptitude test. And I don't know what what's your aptitude in what? The differentiality of things? I think I need to find an example of this so we can learn more about the differential aptitude test. Yeah. I want to know. Maybe I'll take the test. What's my differential aptitude? 2 stands for digital audio tape. The D from digital and then the AT in audio and tape. Audio tape is one word. I remember when I was a kid, because my dad was in the voiceover business, so there was a lot of audio recording stuff, and I remember him talking about DAT tapes and how it was the new thing in digital audio recording. Ooh, so fancy. Moving on. This is a big one. It's the pronunciation. People have very strong opinions about this part. It is data, data, or data. Looks like you can say data. You got to be super fancy if you say data. Who says it like that? Okay, it is a noun from 1646. 1. Factual information used as a basis for reasoning, discussion, or calculation. And the example of this type of factual information could be measurements or statistics. So it's things that can be measured, that are facts that can be tested, and then you can use that information to reason information, discuss things, or calculate things. As in, and okay, so I like to say data, but I know data is right, and I think sometimes one gets used for singular and one gets used for plural or something. Depends on the context. But anyway, I'll just say data. Maybe I'll just change it up. The data is plentiful and easily available. And that is a quote from H.A. Gleason Jr. The data is plentiful and easily available. It's just so you can get it so easy with the internet. I don't know if he was talking about the internet, but the internet has all the data for you. There's another example. Comprehensive data on economic growth have been published. Now there they used the word have. So that means it's has been published, I think that's the plural one. That is a quote from N.H. Jacoby or Jacoby. Comprehensive data on economic growth have been published. All of that data over there, or data, has been published. Number 2, information output by a sensing device or organ that includes both useful and irrelevant or redundant information and must be processed to be meaningful. So there's a sensing device or an organ. So is this like a bodily organ or just a thing that the scientists have made that senses things? There's useful and irrelevant or redundant information. So there might be too much information that you got to get rid of because it's unnecessary. Got to simplify the stuff. And then it's got to be processed by either a human or a computer in some way. Depends on what it is. What is it measuring? We don't know lots of things. And then once you process it, then it is meaningful and you can understand it. The scientists in the world, they use this. My brain automatically goes to space. A lot of the information that they get when they study out things out there in space comes just back as numbers and data, and so they have to look at it and process it before they can know what it even means. 3, information in numerical form that can be digitally transmitted or processed. So just really, that's anything. I think that's digital. I mean, photos, videos, internet websites, all of those things, it's just a bunch of data that you can look at and enjoy, like cats, pictures of cats. There is usage information. This is great. Okay. Data leads a life of its own, quite independently of datum. Oh, I should say that the etymology, this is Latin. It is the plural of datum, datum. So that's the singular. It's just a piece of information. I think that would be generally what that means. And then data or data is the plural of that. And then we just use that. Sometimes people will use datum or datum, but not always. Okay, back to the usage information. Data leads a life of its own, quite independent of datum, of which it was originally the plural. It occurs in two constructions as a plural noun, like earnings. No, earnings. I thought that was a double R. Like earnings. Taking a plural verb and plural modifiers, like the words these, many, and a few, but not cardinal numbers, and serving as a referent for plural pronouns and as an abstract mass noun, like the word information. Oh, there's so many examples. Taking a singular verb and singular modifiers, like the words this, much, and little, and being referred to by a singular pronoun. I don't know what any of that just meant. That's finally the end of that sentence. There's a little more. There were two constructions: plural noun, and serve as and as abstract. Taken. Okay, there's so much things here. It's very difficult to understand. I may need to take a second to understand this. A plural noun, taking a plural verb and plural modifiers, but not cardinal numbers, and serving as a referent for plural pronouns. Plural, how do you say the plural pronouns? Say that 10 times fast. And as an abstract mass noun, taking a singular verb and singular modifiers, and being referred to by a singular pronoun. Both constructions are standard. The plural construction is more common in print, perhaps because the house style of some publishers mandates it. Well, that was a lot of information. Thank you very much for that. And now we are going to move on to the next word. It is data bank or data bank, 2 words, noun from 1966, and the synonym is database. So I think, well, that's interesting. That is going to be our next word, but we do use database more, I think. Maybe sometimes people use data bank, but database, that's the one I think gets used more. Phew. Database. You could say database, database. Noun from circa 1962, so this one is 4 years before data bank. Database. A usually large collection of data organized especially for rapid search and retrieval, as by a computer. It's just where you put all of your data into the database. And I'm sure some of you are thinking, why? He's just keeps on going back and forth between these words. I should be using data more often. Database is also a transitive verb. Okay. Next is data mining. 2 words, noun from 1988. The practice of searching through large amounts of computerized data to find useful patterns or trends. Now, can a human do this, or is there a program that you just tell the computer, go run this program on this data and find me some useful patterns or trends so I can use it to my advantage? I think this is what they're using for cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. They let their computers run to. I really just don't understand how this works, but I've heard that if you can let your computer run and do all this stuff, and then you can get portions of Bitcoin, and it's very energy intensive, and yeah, I just don't understand that. And we've just made up all of this stuff. Next is data. Let's try data. Data processing. Darling. Noun from 1954. The converting of raw data to machine-readable form and its subsequent processing by a computer. And the processing is like storing, updating, rearranging, or printing out. And data processor is a noun. So this is the stage where once you've gathered all of your data, you got to process it. You got to do some stuff with it, mix it into a cake, or just put it into a spreadsheet, and then you can read it. Last word. Don't know what happened to the dasher there. Data structure. 2 words. Noun from 1963. Any of various methods or formats for organizing data in a computer. And the examples of these formats are array, file, or record. Data structure. Any of various methods or formats for organizing. So yeah, this is just what format are you going to put the data into? Once you've processed it, how are you going to... It depends on the data. It depends on it, because yes, it could be in a spreadsheet, or it could be in something else that I can't even think of. Yeah, it's all organized. Okay, we got to talk about the words. We did talk about the words. We got to re-say them and then pick one as the word of the episode. And you can pick your own. Play at home. We had dasher, dashi, dashiki, dashing, dashpot, dassy, dastard, dastardly, date, DAT, data, databank, database, data mining, data processing, data structure. Did I go through all the different forms? I think I did. Well, I think I just gotta pick data as the word of the episode. I mean, we cannot be here and not mention 2 classic characters from movies and TV shows. We've got, of course, Data from the Goonies, and I hope I pronounce his name correctly. Ke Huy Quan. He, of course, is in the new fucking fantastic movie Everything Everywhere All at Once. I think he took a break from acting and he came back and he is spectacular in that movie. And then, of course, there's Data from Star Trek The Next Generation, played by Brent. Is it Spiner or Spinner? I've never really understood or never really known. I think it's Spiner. He is also a fantastic actor and played that character very, very well. So yeah, there's that. But then also, all of our life is just filled with data, if we know it or not. This is just a very important thing to our lives. You get information because of data. The algorithms that the big social media companies they need your data. You got to give it to them, otherwise they can't exist. They love it. Just give it all to them because they need it more than we do. That's a joke. Okay, so data. I'm gonna give you my data in the form of lots of things, and then you can process it. This isn't a song. I hate it. Okay, that's a fine place to end. Let's see. Happy birthday, Dad. It's your birthday today, if you didn't know. That's going to be the end of this episode, the end of page 316, and I welcome you to come back tomorrow where we will talk about some other, fun words and not fun words. That's going to be interesting. Okay, thank you very much for listening. Until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the Dictionary. I am doing a TikTok video, and my face is very square and my nose is very pointy. We should read the first word before this 60 seconds runs out. The first word is date. D-A-T-E. First form. Why do my teeth look so weird in here? It is a noun from the 14th century. 1. The oblong, edible fruit of a palm. And the species name of this palm is Phoenix dactylifera. Dactylifera. Okay, let's finish this. And we're going to post it, and I'm not even going to put any of the hashtags in there because I don't feel like doing that. Yeah. Okay, dates. These are good and healthy for you. I have some every once in a while, but we don't usually buy them from the store. But, when they're around, I'll have a date or two. There's that classic line in the Indiana Jones movie where they find out, maybe I shouldn't even say this because it would be a spoiler. I won't say it. But you know what I'm talking about. Number 2, for date. The tall palm with pinnate leaves that yields the date. And is it pinnate or pinnate? The way that it's spelled, I think it should be pinnate, but I just want to say pinnate, but I don't think that's right. The tall palm is the date palm, and it makes the date fruit. Yeah. Okay, so this is from the Latin dactylus, and there's more of the word dactyl. And that was in the episode way back on August 2nd with my dad, and we talked about dactyl, but that was, I don't remember anything about dates. Let's look. There was the 3 syllables, the longest thing, the metrical foot. That's it for that. And then there's the prefix, which is about fingers, toes, and digits. So how is this related to dactyl other than, the species name is Dactylifera. I really could use some more information, dictionary people. Thank you. Okay. I had an idea for a sound effect, and I don't even remember what it was. What was it? It was... Ooh. No. It was, Was it that? Raindrops falling on my head? I don't really like that one. We'll do, oh, boy, this is the hardest part. Oh, no, I think it was a little singy-songy thing. La. That sounds bad. The next word is the second form of date. Noun from the 14th century. 1a. The time at which an event occurs, as in the date of his birth. The date of his birth is the time at which the birth occurred. That's kind of a weird example, but yes, anything, you got a date, you got to make an appointment, a thing, it's a date. It's a date and time, and it's probably a place. There's a day, a month, a day, a time, a place. You need all of that information to know where the date is happening, when and where. 1b, a statement of the time of execution or making. A statement of the time of execution or making, as in the date on the letter. It's a statement of the when the letter was written. 2, the synonym is duration. Duration? How long a thing takes is a date? That one doesn't make any sense to me. False. 3, the period of time to which something belongs. So something belongs to a period of time. So if we're talking about maybe the ancient Egyptians and there was the pyramids were built during that date, I need some context, but I guess that's fine. It's similar to the duration one. Number 4a, an appointment to meet at a specified time, especially a social engagement between two persons that often has a romantic character. The character of that date is so romantic. Yes, just any sort of appointment. This is a date to go see the doctor, to go on this romantic date, and those are all the dates I can think of. Yeah. I gotta say, I was never not a big dater. I didn't go on a lot of dates. If I started dating somebody, I guess that was probably where I failed a little bit. I was not proactive on making up dates and taking her to a date. But yeah, sorry. It's a whole world and it's changing. It has changed so much in the age of the internet that we're in with dating websites and then apps, and it's just totally different. Yeah. I'm glad I'm not in that world, because it doesn't sound fun, although I'm sure it could be fun. But yeah, it's very stressful. Number 4b, a person with whom one has a usually romantic date. Yeah, it doesn't have to be romantic. You could go out on a date with a friend. It might be weird to call it a date. I wouldn't call it a date. It's just a hangout. But yeah, some people still call it a date. And yes, the person who is on the date with you is your date. Yeah, I mean, you can if you go to an award ceremony and you get to bring a date. It doesn't have to be a romantic partner. It could be anybody. You should probably bring your mom if your mom's around. Number 5, an engagement for a professional performance, as of a dance band. The dance band has a date to go perform the dance band music at an event at a place. And the people will be very happy when the dance band arrives. One phrase, to date, and that is up to the present moment. Up until now, to date, I have recorded all of the C's and a little bit of the D's. To date, that is where we are to date. To this date today, right now, that is where we have recorded. And by the time you are hearing this, I will hopefully have at least 4 to 8 to 12 more episodes recorded. We'll see how that goes. La. Oh, we forgot the etymology. This is from the Latin data, or data, probably data, as in data Romae, which is given at Rome. It's the feminine of the Latin datus, which is from the verb dare, which means to give. It is akin to the Latin dos, which is a gift or a dowry, from the Greek didonai, and that means to give. That's very interesting. So it's a lot about giving, and given at Rome is data Romae. I don't know, given at Rome. That's, I don't know the context of that phrase, data Romae. And then it got shortened to give. And what are you giving a date? How did this word happen? Okay. La. The third form of date is the verb from the 15th century, starting with transitive. 1. To determine the date of, as in, date an antique. You can look at the antique, maybe it's a lamp, and you can look at it and get clues of to when it was made, and then you are dating it. There's carbon dating. That's where they look at the carbon in a thing, and they can see how old it is based on that. Yeah. Okay. 2. If you look at a tree, the rings you can date a tree based on its rings to see how old it is. Number 2, to record the date of, or mark with the date, is to date. 3a, to mark with characteristics typical of a particular period. To mark with characteristics typical of a particular period. I'm not entirely sure what that means. You're marking a thing. Yeah, I'm sure it's not that complicated, but I don't get it. Maybe the 3b will help. To show up plainly the age of. To show up plainly the age of. I don't know. My brain just said, nope, you're not going to understand that one. 4. To make or have a date with. And that is the one I think we're talking about, the usually romantic date. To make a date, have a date. Now we have intransitive. 1. To reckon chronologically. So I think that would be maybe figuring out how a certain number of things are organized in a chronological way. This one came first, and then this one came next. We're reorganizing it, and then we're dating them. We're dating these artifacts, these old pieces. That's that. 2, the synonym is originate, as in a friendship dating from college days. It originated way back then when they were in their college years. Number 3, to become dated. Now, I think the first thing that I can think of for that one is you're not important anymore. You're dated. You're like me. I'm dated. Is that what this one means? To become dated? 4, to go out to go out on, usually romantic dates. We're dating. You go on the dates and you want to see if you like this person, and you can make sure you ask questions. You got good. You got to get a good back and forth going on. Of you ask questions, they ask questions. You got to go do things that you like and that they like, and then if you like the same things, then maybe that's a good sign that you're going to want to keep on dating and maybe make it more serious. Be yourself. Be honest. Don't act like somebody else. If you want a serious relationship, then if you've been lying during the whole dating time, then you got to keep that up, and that's not great. And I think it's good to try to live together if you get to that serious point. That's maybe more than dating. That's back in the day they'd call that going steady, or maybe there's something even more than that. But it's good to live with somebody to see if you can live with somebody, because that's a whole other thing. Maybe you don't have to live with them, but I think staying over at somebody's place for a while, doing the whole like bedroom routine and wake up routine and all that stuff. If you're not compatible, then maybe you should just stop the dating. That's all I know from all the not dating I've done. Dateable, that is an adjective, and dater is a noun. Law. Next is dated. Okay, so this is where the number 3 definition of date said to become dated. So here is where we will learn more about dated. Adjective from 1578. 1. Provided with a date, as in a dated document. Somebody made a document and they put a date on it, and so we know that the document was made on that date. It has been dated. It has been provided with a date. 2. Synonyms are outmoded and old-fashioned, as in dated formalities. Those are things that people call each other or ways to say hello. They're not used anymore. They are old-fashioned. I am quickly becoming dated. Datedly is an adverb, and datedness is a noun. La 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 la. Next is dateless. No dates for this thing. Adjective from 1593. 1. Synonym is endless. It's just never ending. Dateless seems kind of weird, but I get the context. 2. Having no date. Either a romantic date or just something that doesn't exist in time. 3. Too ancient to be dated. I'm sorry, it's just too old. I cannot give you a date of when it was made, a specific date, a month, a year, a decade, a century. Nope, sorry, can't do it. It's too old. I just can't tell. 4. The synonym is timeless, as in the play's dateless theme. It could be whenever. Law. Next is dateline. 1 word, noun from 1888. 1. A line in a written document or a printed publication giving the date and place of composition or issue. You look at a magazine and then you look at the thing and it says when it was made, so you've got some context of when this whole thing happened, and so that'll help. It does help. I've used those. The date line. Number 2 is usually 2 words, date line, and the synonym is international date line, and that is where it's in the Pacific. It's in I think the western part of the Pacific, just to the east of New Zealand and that whole area, and that's when the time zone goes from today to yesterday, or yesterday to tomorrow, or not yesterday to tomorrow. That's 2 days, or today to tomorrow, depending on your context. Let's see, Dateline. There's of course that show Dateline that's probably still on the air, but I have no idea. I didn't really watch that show, but I think they had good information about stuff. Dateline is also a transitive verb. La. Okay, we are getting into a short, very terrible section, and so we got to talk about it. There's 3 of these. The first one is date rape. 2 words with a hyphen. This is a transitive verb from 1984. To commit date rape on. And then date rapist is a noun. They are the one who is doing this action of date raping. And maybe we'll just read these and then talk about them, I guess. Ugh. This is just it's a very uncomfortable topic, but obviously we have to talk about it because it is a thing, and it is particularly important right now because for a number of years now, we've had the Me Too movement where people are becoming a lot more vocal about this. We also have a whole change in abortion, and, rape is obviously a big part of that. So we're going to read the next one. La. Date rape is 2 words, no hyphen. Noun from 1975. Rape committed by the victim's date. And then broadly, the synonym, we talked about this many, many long months ago, acquaintance rape. And I think that was the one that I had not heard of before. Because it could be just somebody you know, or it could be somebody that you are on a date with, or I guess, you just take off the first word and you're just left with the second word, rape. It's somebody you don't know. It's just, there's no acquaintances or dates involved. But yes, you can be raped by somebody you know, obviously, and that's probably incredibly common. Not probably, it is. And then the last of these 3 words, la. It is date rape drug. 3 words, noun from 1995. A drug as GHB, administered surreptitiously, like in a drink, to induce an unconscious or sedated state in a potential date rape victim. Okay, so we need to talk about this a little bit more. We've already talked about it a bit, but let's see. There's I guess probably two main categories. There is rape that happens either just by a stranger or an acquaintance or somebody you're on a date with, where it is the date rapist, the rapist is forcing themselves on the other person, and that's and they're conscious. That's an incredibly traumatic situation, and that's one category. And then there's the other category where this drug is used. I don't know what GHB stands for. I probably should know that, but I'm thinking that it's probably in this book somewhere. And that is where, there's a lot of common names for it probably, but they like it said, they get put into an unconscious or sedated state, and so they cannot, or if they just are too drunk, and that is a thing, and they are not even aware of what's going on. They're not even aware that the rape is happening. And the rape can consist of many, many different types of things. Pretty much all sexual, but not necessarily. But yes, pretty much. And, this is just one of the worst things in the world. It really is. And the fact that they're talking, people don't even care if there's an like, if somebody gets pregnant, oh, sorry, no exception for rape or for abortion. I mean, I don't know. I can't, my brain is like so frustrated by this whole thing. And then I guess just lastly, obviously we could talk about this forever, but lastly, from my point of view, I just genuinely do not understand how and why somebody thinks it is okay to do this. I mean, that's just what this all comes to. Are you so selfish that you don't even care about the other person? There's a power thing. I get, like, there could be some mental illness involved. There's so many factors, but it's just mind-boggling that somebody ever thinks this is okay. Yeah. This is all too common. And in whatever form it comes in, way, way, way too many. One is too many. One person to become raped in any form is too many. And this is just a thing that happens daily all over the world. And I feel like we need to do something to change people's brains so they understand that this is not okay. They know it's not okay. I think most of them know. They just don't care. All right. I am not an expert. I am sure I have said things badly and incorrectly or not, whatever. But, you know, I think you get the idea. And if you need to learn more about it, talk to an expert. Talk to somebody who this happened to. You may know, you probably know somebody. Maybe you are. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just we got to one of those times where we got to talk about it. Okay, on that note, we got a few more words to get through. La! The next word is dative. D-A-T-I-V-E, first form, adjective from the 15th century. Of, relating to, or being the grammatical case that marks typically the indirect object of a verb, the object of some prepositions, or a possessor. And yeah, we had yesterday the abbreviation DAT. La. The second form of dative, noun from the 15th century, a dative case or form. I don't really have much to say about these because I just this is a world that I don't have a lot of experience with. La. Dative bond is next. 2 words, noun from circa 1929. The synonym is coordinate bond. And I do not remember what that one said. So this is from the donation of electrons by one of the atoms. One of the 2 atoms come together and the one says, you know what, I really don't need these extra electrons. I would love for you to have them. This is my donation to charity. Please, other atom, take them. We will coordinate this situation and I will give you, and then we will be bonded together forever. Maybe not forever. Next is datum or datum or datum, noun from 1646. This is the singular form of the word that we had yesterday, data, data, data. Okay, so this one, number 1 is, the plural is data with the D-A-T-A. And this is something given or admitted, especially as a basis for reasoning or inference. Something given or admitted, especially as a basis for reasoning or inference. It's some information. It's some stuff. Number 2, the plural is datums. Something used as a basis for calculating or measuring. And for usage information, it says see the word data, which was in yesterday's episode. And if you didn't hear that one, first of all, why the fuck are you listening to these not in order? That's the only thing I got to say about that. Just go back and listen. It's not that hard. La. Next is datura. D-A-T-U-R-A. Datura. Noun from 1598. It's one long definition. Any of a genus, datura, of widely distributed strong scented herbs, shrubs, or trees of the nightshade family, including some used as sources of medicinal alkaloids, as stramonium, or in folk rites or illicitly for their poisonous, narcotic, or hallucinogenic properties. And it says compared to Jimson weed, Jimsonweed. And I don't know if that is just another name for it or if it's something completely different. I assume that it's a similar name, or they're similarly related. That's not English. They're similar. So what is it? The nightshade family, there's herbs, shrubs, trees, You can use it for medicine. You can use it for poison, narcotic, hallucinogen things. Yeah. And the name is from Hindi, datura, with a DH, and that means Jimson weed. Or it is a cognate descendant of the Sanskrit datura, spelled Dhatturah. So the Sanskrit datura, then the Hindi datura, and then it became datura, just all spelled differently, and probably pronounced a little bit different. Maybe if there's an interesting photo of what this looks like, we will post it on the social media at dictionarypod. All right, we have one more for this episode. La! I can't go full volume, so I have to, whisper it. It is D-A-U. I guess you would pronounce it daw. And it is an abbreviation for daughter. Daughter. My daughter, I have two daughters. They are both cats. The one of them is incredibly noisy. You will sometimes hear her meowing in the background, maybe. I come home, or just I walk into another room, and she's just meow, meow, meow. I feel like it's gotten worse. It could mean so many things, I just don't know. All right, so the words that we had in this episode were date, dated, dateless, dateline, date rape, drug, dative, bond, datum, datura, and daw. I have to pick, we'll just do the general date rape, 2 words, no hyphen. That will be the word of the episode because, duh, it's not in a happy way. It's in a very sad, stressed, frustrated, depressing way. I feel like, and I don't have this quite in my brain, but I feel like there's probably some information that I should put in the show notes, other than just calling 911. There's probably some. There are lots of organizations that will deal with this in some way, that will help you. Maybe there's a therapist involved, things like that, a counselor. So maybe I'll see if I can find some information. And if you have suggestions, let me know, and I can maybe add to it in the show notes for later. I'll update it. And so I'll do that. And what else? Well, I feel like it's probably a very good idea for people, largely women, mostly women, obviously, because that's the majority of this situation, but really anybody. If you were afraid that you could possibly become a victim of some way, I think it's probably a good idea to take some self-defense classes, maybe martial arts, boxing, kickboxing, all those things. Not only is it a good workout, but you also might meet some fun people, and then also you know how to defend yourself in bad situations. Other things that, women already know these things, but us men, we slowly learn about it after talking to them. There's lots of things that you can do, like keeping some sort of spray on you, or a knife, or walking with your keys in your fingers when you're walking at night. First, also, just be aware of your surroundings. This is a thing that Sharon talks a lot about, because she's always, she's always got that part of her brain that's like, okay, where could danger come from? What's an escape route? All those kinds of things, especially when it's dark. So be aware of what's around you, who's around you, where you are, all those things. It's, to a certain extent, I feel like, oh, that's a very negative way to look at things, but also like, hey, it could save your life. It could save you from a terrible situation. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And, even if you're aware of your surroundings, that doesn't mean that it's going to totally stop something from happening, but it could vastly minimize it or something. Then that's better than nothing, I guess. But hopefully, you're just able to completely avoid a bad situation. And that's what we're here for. So, I saw a song about date rape. Date rape is really bad. Don't do it. That's all that needs to be said. just that's it. All right. Thank you very much for listening to me, a non-expert on anything. I'm just some random dude. So if you're listening to this, I really appreciate it. And, tell some other people if you like it. You can tell them. And write a review and all those things. Yeah. Subscribe. Thank you. And this has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Go share and subscribe this podcast. First, we're gonna talk about the words in this episode. The first one is daub. D-A-U-B. Daub or daub. You could say daub. First form, verb from the 14th century, starting with transitive. 1. To cover or coat with soft adhesive manner. To cover or coat with soft adhesive manner. The synonym is plaster. So, I guess a plaster is a soft adhesive matter. So if you're plastering something, you're daubing it. Yeah. 2. To coat with a dirty substance. What is this dirty substance, and why would you be coating a thing with something that's dirty? You're just going to have to clean it off. That one is interesting. 3A, to apply coloring material crudely to. So you're not putting it on nicely in a very clean, organized, nice way. You're putting it just big clumps, maybe. Daub a piece here, daub a piece there. And then maybe later you're going to clean it up. Or maybe that's how you want it. There's a lot of paintings that have been just big hunks of paint just here, and it still looks great. 3B, to apply as paint crudely. To apply crudely, and paint could be a thing that you're applying crudely. We have intransitive definitions. Number 1 is archaic. To put on a false exterior. So could this be more of like a metaphorical false exterior to your personality? You're putting on a show. When you meet people, you're like, oh, I'm so happy, but really you're just sad inside. Or is this literally a false exterior, a facade to a building? But it's archaic, so we don't use it this way anymore. 2. To apply colors crudely. Dauber is a noun. I don't do no painting, so I can't talk about my personal experiences with this, but you just painting some stuff, you just put some pieces there. Okay, the sound effect will be, I think I said in my brain something like doodle-doo. Daub is the second form, noun from the 15th century. 1. Material used to daub walls. And that would be the first one from the last word, to cover or coat with soft adhesive manner or plaster. Number 2, an act or instance of daubing. You daub the daub. 3, something daubed on. And the synonym is smear. It's a smear of paint. It's also called a daub. 4, a crude picture. And, crude in this context could mean different things, so that's not very helpful. But I think what they probably mean is a picture that it was made, maybe it's a painting and it's got just all those big daubs of paint, so it's crudely made instead of cleanly made. The other definition could be that it's of naked people or something like that. That's crude. Some people would call that crude, I should say. But I don't think that's necessarily what they mean here. The next word is daube, with a long O, daube. It is spelled D-A-U-B-E. Noun from 1723. A stew of braised meat, vegetables, herbs, and spices. And, I think most stews are kind of like that. It's just a bunch of hunks of things in a broth, and it tastes good. Daube. It says it's a French word. It doesn't say what it means, So maybe, I'm curious, maybe we should put a thing in the show notes that says what this word actually means in French. Maybe it just means stew. It's stew. Daube, stew. I'm just going to say it. Next. Is the word daughter. I think you probably know how to spell daughter. I'm not going to spell it. Daughter, or some people say daughter. I mean, that seems more like a regional, just the regional accent. It sounds kind of Boston. Dada. This is the first form. Noun from before the 12th century. 1a, a female offspring, especially of human parents. Yeah, a lot of animals you just call all the offspring, kittens or something like that. And they don't typically say son or daughter, but we do typically use that when we're talking about the human animals. 1b, a female adopted child is a daughter. Yes, they have to, I guess, designate the offspring that has come from the parents' loins or they have been adopted. I guess a foster child, you couldn't say daughter because they're not technically your daughter unless you adopt them, and then they are. What's this third one? 1c, a human female descendant. A human? Isn't that the same as the first one? The descendant, there's something different. A human female descendant is a daughter. So are you saying like a granddaughter is still a daughter, a great-granddaughter is still a daughter? I mean, yeah, they are. Number 2, something considered as a daughter, as in, the United States is a daughter of Great Britain. So, that's because the people came from all over the place, but originally, the first people came from Great Britain, and then we said, we don't want to be part of your group, your country anymore, so we're going to become our own thing, but we're started from your people, so that's why the United States is considered a daughter of Great Britain. And it doesn't say why they use the word daughter instead of son. I wonder if there's some, maybe we'll learn more about that reasoning in the next few definitions, but that is interesting. Let's see. Number 3, an atomic species that is the product of the radioactive decay of a given element. Species, atomic species. So when the atoms are decaying in a radioactive way, what's left over, the next version of that, I guess, is called a daughter. Yeah, daughterless is an adjective. If a person, if an animal don't have no daughters, they are daughterless. Let's see. The etymology says this is from Old English daughter, Dohtor, akin to the Old High German Tochter, which means daughter, and also from the Greek Thigatir, and I don't know what it means, but it probably means daughter. It's spelled Dhygater, Thigatir. Those are fun words. Yeah, that is it for the first form of daughter. I'm trying to think if I have anything clever or interesting to say, but I don't know if I do. Oh, there's probably many songs that mention daughter. I am not a daughter. I don't have any daughters. I have the 2 cats, and those are feline daughters to a human. So technically, you can't really claim them as dependents or anything like that, but I say they're my kids. They're my daughters. Next is the second form of daughter, adjective from 1614. 1. Having the characteristics or relationship of a daughter. So you may not be literally the offspring or the adopted daughter, but if you have the relationship like a daughter, or you share some of those characteristics, then you can be called a daughter. 2. Belonging to the first generation of offspring, organelles, or molecules produced by reproduction division or replication, as in daughter cell, also as in daughter DNA molecules. So yeah, this is the one that's kind of related to the atomic thing, but other stuff too. It's like anytime something just like splits off or makes a new version, what is it? Offspring, organelles, molecules, using various types like reproduction, division, or replication, they are daughters. Now, it doesn't get into the whole country thing, how the United States is a daughter of Great Britain, but for some reason, and I feel like there must be a reason for this, but for whatever reason, the word daughter is the one that became the use in that situation and not son. And I'm not saying it should be one way or the other. I just think it's interesting that it went that way. Yeah, it's a daughter cell. I've heard that. I mean, it's the example here. So yeah, maybe I'll do a little digging and see why they chose that word instead of the other one. We got to move on. Daughter-in-law. 3 words with hyphens. Noun from the 14th century. It is the wife of one's son, and I have a little issue with this one because I think it should say, I mean, this can get much more complicated, but at the very least, it should say the wife of one's child instead of son, because clearly we know that it could be 2 women married, it could be non-binary, there's lots, so it doesn't need to say son here. I hope that has been changed in future things. And if not, I'm going to have some words with y'all. Daughter-in-law. Okay. Next is donomycin. Donomycin. DAUNOMYCIN. Noun from 1963. The synonym is donorubicin, which is actually our next word. So sorry about that. Let's see, I'm trying to see. The etymology, it's not terribly helpful. So we need to make a little sound that goes like this. So here's donorubicin. Donorubicin? DAUNORUBICIN. Noun from circa 1968. An antibiotic, C27H29NO10, that is nitrogenous glycoside and is used especially in the treatment of leukemia. Let's see. The etymology, it's grabbing different letters from different things. Yeah, it's too hard to describe. So this one was 1968. Donomycin was 1963. So it seems like they just they changed the name. They said we wanna change it up a little bit. Next word is daunt. Daunt or daunt. 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 Transitive verb from the 14th century. To lessen the courage of. And the synonyms are cow and subdue. So you're saying, no, chill, dude. Become like a cow. Just chill. And I'm daunting you. There's another synonym. It's the word dismay. It says, see dismay. I don't know what dismay is going to tell us there, but maybe they're related in the etymological sense. This is from the Anglo-French dompter, which is from the Latin domitare, which means to tame. To tame. And yeah, there's more at the word tame. So taming, chilling out, domesticating, I see that. Okay, daunt. Although I don't think I've heard daunt before. This one's new to me. Next is daunting. Now I've heard this. Is it related to daunt? Adjective from the 13th century, tending to overwhelm or intimidate, as in a daunting task. Dauntingly is an adverb. There is no etymology, but yes, I have come across many daunting tasks. Oh, how am I going to get this done? That's a big job. And then you do it, and then you look back, and then you're like, how did I even do that? I just did it. You just do it step by step, and it doesn't become so daunting. Break it down into little pieces. But how, if at all, is this related to daunt? Maybe, ooh, this is interesting. Maybe you've got a big task, and you daunt it. You tame the task. You figure out how to make it not so daunting. It is daunting. There's something there. Yeah. Dauntingly is an adverb. I don't know if I said that. Next is dauntless. Adjective from 1588. The synonyms are fearless and undaunted. Undaunted, as in a dauntless hero. Now, I have not heard this word before, so if I saw a dauntless hero, first of all, I would say, I'm going to have to go to the dictionary to see what that word means, because it doesn't sound, just from the word itself, if you don't know what it is, it doesn't sound like it sounds kind of like the opposite, dauntless, but it means fearless and undaunted. You cannot be tamed. You cannot be cowed or subdued. You have the courage. That's another thing. Daunting. It takes courage to take the daunting task. Yeah, okay. Dauntlessly is an adverb, and dauntlessness is a noun. Next is dauphin. Dauphin, dauphin, or dauphin. Dauphin. D-A-U-P-H-I-N. Noun from the 15th century. The eldest son of a king of France is a dauphin. I feel like that's the most appropriate French way to say it. Yeah, this is from Old French dauphin. There's an L in there. That is title of lords of the Dauphiné, something like that. And it's from Dolphin, which was a surname. That's a last name. So who was the one? And then it became just the word that they use all the time. Next, looks like it might be related. It is Dauphine. Dauphine. So all we did was we added an E at the end. So it went from Dauphin to Dauphine. Noun from 1824. The wife of the Dauphin is the Dauphine. So I'm curious now, what is the eldest daughter called of a king of France? Do they even get a name? Or is it because of the patriarchal society that we live in that they don't get a name? Not sure. Okay, we gotta move on to the next one. DAV, all caps, abbreviation for Disabled American Veterans. And I'm not familiar with this, but what I would guess is that either Disabled American Veterans could possibly be called DAV, maybe in forms that they have to fill out of some kind, or it is an organization called Disabled American Veterans, and then hopefully they help veterans who are American and disabled. Next word is Davin or Dovin, and there actually comes two spellings with this one, D-A-V-E-N or D-O-V-E-N. Davin, Doven. Give or take. This is an intransitive verb from circa 1930 to recite the prescribed prayers in a Jewish liturgy. So you're doing this act of reading the prayers. This is from the Yiddish word davnen, D-A-V-N-E-N. This is not a word that I would think would be here in this book, but it is really, really great that it is, because it's a cultural thing. Not everybody is Jewish, and so they don't know about these things, and then you can learn. Next is Davenport. Davenport. Looks like some people say Davenport with an M sound instead of an N, even though there's very clearly an N in the word. Interesting. Davenport. Noun from 1853. 1. A small, compact writing desk. 2. A large, upholstered sofa, often convertible into a bed. And the etymology, it just says it is probably from the name Davenport. See, I think I did it. Davenport. I think I did the M sound. And wow. Okay, but it doesn't give any more information. Was the small compact writing desk, was it made by a company named Davenport? Or same with the sofa. Was it a company called Davenport? Maybe the same company made both of them? It's a little bit complicated if you call both of these things a Davenport, unless you're saying a Davenport sofa or a Davenport desk. But yeah, sometimes I guess you'll hear people say Davenport, and they could be talking about a desk or a sofa that converts into a bed. Next is David. The name David with a capital D. Noun from before the 12th century. 1. A Hebrew shepherd who became the second king of Israel in succession to Saul, according to biblical accounts. According to the people who wrote the Bible and then changed it, David was the second king of Israel. 2. It is the number 1 definition for the word underdog. And so we will have to wait a very long time to get to that to figure out why is David... Oh, well, it's because David and Goliath, probably. David was definitely the underdog in that situation. Davidic, or Davidic, that is an adjective. Like something maybe in an underdog way would be Davidic. This is from the Hebrew word. I would assume it's also pronounced David or close to that. It is spelled Dawidh, and there are horizontal lines over the A and the I. There is one more word for this episode. It is David or Davit. 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 Noun from the 15th century. A crane that projects over the side of a ship or a hatchway and is used especially for boats, anchors, or cargo. The davit. This is from Middle French, daviette, which is a joiner's cramp, diminutive of David, which is a cramp, probably from the name David. So back in the day, many, many hundreds of years ago, what happened? So the name David, the crane that's on the boat was named David. Maybe there was a guy named David, and they named it after him. I don't think we'll ever know the answer to that, but I do think that is interesting. And then it just became David with a T. So the words that we had in this episode were daub, those are okay words. Dobe, daughter, daughter-in-law, donomycin, donorubicin, daunt, daunting, dauntless, dauphin, dauphine, DAV, Davenport, David, and David. I'm thinking about maybe picking daughter, just because that's a big topic. It's just half of the population is a daughter. I mean, that's just that. But is there anything else that's more? There's something. I mean, daunting. I don't know. Maybe not that. Let's pick daughter as the word of the episode. Many people in the world are daughters. and the rest of them are sons. I think that's a good short song. We're not here for the songs. We're here for the information. Okay, I think that is a good place to end. And yeah, I hope you're all doing well. No, I'm not going to do that because that's stealing somebody else's line. I was going to say be excellent to each other. Brett Goldstein says that at the end of Films to be Buried With. It's a very good phrase to live by. But what I say at the end of these episodes is, this has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the dictionary. The first word during this TikTok video is Davy Jones, 2 words, capital D, capital J, and we have to make this thing happen. Okay, now I have a cup dangling from my head. You can go look at it on TikTok. Noun from 1751 is Davy Jones. The bottom of the sea personified. The bottom of the sea personified as a person. So was there no Davy Jones real person? It's just a personification of the bottom of the sea? All right, let's stop this video. We're gonna click these buttons, and this is kind of blowing my mind about this Davy Jones thing. I thought that maybe he was a real person, and that's why he was referenced all the time. Okay, so but there is no etymology, so I can't tell you where this is from. Why? Who would name the bottom of the sea like a person? This is, and it makes sense. It makes sense if you get into your head of 1751. But yeah, it's just an interesting thing. Okay, so we have to get to the next one because it is related, and I'm not sure what the sound effect will. Oh, maybe we'll do beep boop. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, Davy Jones's locker is next, and Jones's has an apostrophe S. Noun from circa 1777. The bottom of the ocean. Okay, now, this I thought was going to be a little bit more specific, like when somebody is dead at the bottom of the ocean. Is it the bottom of the ocean has them stuck because they're dead? That's how I always heard it in those references, I think. And so how is this different than the last one? The bottom of the sea personified compared to the bottom of the ocean. The sea is different than the ocean. Are those just different sized bodies of waters? Davy Jones's locker is when you're out in Hawaii, and just Davy Jones is when you're in the boot of Italy. What's the difference here? I don't know. Okay, the sound effect was dee-doo. The next word is the first form of daw. Daw or da. D-A-W. Intransitive verb from the 13th century. It is chiefly Scottish, and the synonym is dawn with an N. When the sun arrives and all the birds start to chirp is dawn. And the Scottish said that they can't make that N sound, so they made it daw. Oh, I love hearing other words for words that I'm familiar with. We were just watching a movie, and I think it was, I don't remember which movie. The Full Monty, that's what it was. And they use so many words, and they have the loveliest phrases. I love seeing that. Yeah, just they swap out words for other words or they've made up words. They have their own, it's a whole other language. It really is at this point. Okay, the next word, dee-doo, is the second form of daw, noun from the 15th century. The synonym is jackdaw. Whatever the jackdaw is, it's, to me, I imagine some sort of desert creature. The jackdaw, or maybe a bird. Maybe a bird. Daw just became shortened to daw. By the way, I can tell you that the Scottish daw for dawn comes from the Old High German tagen, which means to dawn, and then also the Old English dag, which means day. So yeah, it's the beginning of the day. So kind of Dawn came from daw, possibly. Where did the N come from? Tagen? Mm-hmm. We're figuring out the English language piece by piece. All right. Dee-doo. Next is dawdle. Verb from 1656. I think similar to the word that we had before, dally. I think this is a thing that I think more of us need to do. We need to be a little bit better at just taking it easy and dawdling. This is more for myself than anybody else, probably. Verb from circa 1656. 1. To spend time idly. Idle, just idly, just not doing anything, just sitting, chilling, letting the motor run. No, don't let the motor run. Number 2, to move lackadaisically, which is gotta be one of the best goddamn words in the English fucking language. Lackadaisically. That's one we should figure out backwards. Those were intransitive, if I didn't say that. Next is transitive, to spend fruitlessly or lackadaisically, as in, dawdled the day away. Today actually somewhat felt like dawdling the day away, but it was very good. I took a nap. I never take a nap. Got up, did some stuff, took a nap, doing some other stuff. And it's it's a productive day, but it's a Sunday. You just need to chill sometimes. Yeah. A synonym for dawdle is the word delay. Just gonna delay it. I'm gonna do it later. Dawdler is a noun. The origin is unknown. Why? Dawdle. Who made this up? I bet there's a good story to this one. Beep-doop. Next is dawn, or some people say dawn. The dawn is arising. First form. Is this just intransitive? Yes, it's an intransitive verb from the 15th century. 1. To begin to grow light as the sun rises. To begin to grow light as the sun rises above the horizon. It has left its neighbors from beyond and is now coming to your face. When you're trying to go for a walk and the sun is right in your face. Number 2, to begin to appear or develop. Something is dawning. What else can dawn? 3, to begin to be perceived or understood, as in, the truth finally dawned on us. Oh, we were so stupid before, but then we listened to Spencer, and the truth has dawned on us. This is probably a back formation of dawning, which means daybreak. See, yes, there's dawn. It goes back to the daw word, which took us to the Old English dag, which is day. So it's the break of day. It's alternative dawning. Yep, that's it. Dee-doop. Next is this second form of dawn, noun from the 15th century. 1. The first appearance of light in the morning, followed by sunrise. Wow, you said that so fucking badly, you idiot. Okay, the first appearance of light in the morning, followed by sunrise. Sorry, you just have to, if you don't say it right, sometimes it can be very confusing. Because people only get to hear this. You see it, so it helps you, but they only hear it. Number 2, the synonym is beginning, as in the dawn of the space age. Toy Story is a really great example of how that changed the culture. It went from, in that situation, the Westerns to spacey things. Yeah, if you ever... Because the space age was already a thing, so I didn't get to experience that evolution, because I'm sure people like my dad had something like that. Bleed-oop. Next is dawn horse. 2 words, noun from 1930. Where did the 5 come from in your brain? The synonym, this looks like a fascinating word. Is that an O or a Q? I think it's an O. Eohippus? Eohippus. I think the dictionary's playing pranks on me. Dawn horse is an eohippus. All right, well, that kind of makes sense. I mean, I've heard, I think, hippo, hippo, in creature words related to kind of maybe horse or something, but then the E, the horse equine, they start with the E. So what is that word? We just have to wait. We got to be patient. Bleedoop. Next is Dawn Redwood. 2 words, noun from 1948. A metasequoia of China, resembling the coast redwood but having deciduous foliage. I just saw some redwoods. I was out in California, and they weren't like the craziest, biggest ones, but they were pretty big. There was some big stuff in there. So the species name is Metasequoia glyptostroboides, and that is a fantastic word as well. What is a metasequoia, though? Why is it meta? This tree got meta. Next is just the word day. Day, 3 short letters, noun from before the 12th century, but so many definitions. 1a, the time of light between one night and the next. So when the first night ends, all the time of light until the start of the next night is day. Did you know this? Did you know it goes day to night to day, just that thing over and over again? 1b, the synonym is the first definition for the word daylight, which is 1 word. 1c, the synonym is daytime. There's so many names for this time that it currently is for me, where the sun is out. There's lightness. Daylight, daytime, day. Number 2, the period of rotation of a planet, as Earth, or a moon on its axis. So 1 full rotation of the Earth spinning around, or any other planet, because they're pretty much all spinning. Once it goes 360 degrees around, comes back to the same spot, basically, that is a day. 1 whole day. But it's also confusing because we use day for just the time that's light. So, you need some context. Maybe we need a new word. 3, the mean solar day of 24 hours beginning at mean midnight. This is a thing that I've always wondered about. Why? Okay, I get it. So the average point, midnight, was created. They chose that time to be midnight, to be the arbitrary start of the day, because it was the average point in the day and the year for what the middle part of night is. So that actually does make sense. It's a hand. No, I never did the math. I think that makes sense. Okay, midnight, you're good. You can stay. Am I an idiot for not having thought about that before? That there's an average of an equal amount of darkness on either side of midnight? I'm going to have to pay attention to that now. If you also didn't know, you're learning with me. Number 4 for day is a specified day or date. 5, a specified time or period. And the synonym is age, as in grandfather's day, back in his age, when he was a young lad, at the age of 12. This is often used in plural, as in the old days. Everybody loves the old days. You just can't help it. In some form, you might not love them 100%, but this is the good old days. Also as in the days of sailing ships. Yep. Number 6, the conflict or contention of the day, as in played hard and won the day. Oh, now we're turning the day into a competition. If you work real hard, you will have you versus day is 1-0. Yeah. Who are you competing with in that situation? Number 7, the time established by usage or law for work, school, or business. 2 phrases. First one is day after day, and that means for an indefinite or seemingly endless number of days. Oh my God. Life happens day after day after day. Yes, it does. Over and over again. Same shit, different day. Just do something new every day. Then it won't be so repetitive. Next phrase, day in, day out. And that means for an indefinite number of successive days. Isn't that the same thing for an indefinite or seemingly endless number of days? Successive days? That's kind of what it is. Day in, day out. It's just two different ways to say the same thing. We already learned that it is from the Old English dag, but we also know it's from the Old High German tag, T-A-G, and then that became dag, tag, dag, and day. What is it going to be in another 400 years? The next word, dee-doop, is Dayak. D-A-Y-A-K with a capital D, or you can take out the first A. Noun from 1836. A member of any of several Indonesian peoples of the interior of Borneo. So there's a group all up in the center of Borneo, which is in Indonesia. There are the Dayak people. Oh, it would be interesting to visit that whole region, the Indonesia. My sister was in Bali for a while. That would be a fun vacation if I can ever make that happen. Or work or something. All right, we'll do that. Noun. I think I said all those things. The etymology is what we're looking at. It's a Malay word, and it literally means up country. So I wonder, I don't know the topography of Borneo specifically, but I guess if you're going, maybe the center is probably, there's a good chance that it's like a big hill or a mountain or something. So the center would be higher. So up country, those people are the Dayaks. That's why they're called that, because that's where they live. I think a lot of those islands like Hawaii, I think a lot of them have a big center because it only makes sense physically when it's coming up from the volcano that it's going to start from the center and there's going to be more stuff there, I think. But, maybe not always. Moving on. Dee-doop is daybed. Noun from 1679. Daybed. Fighter of the night bed. The bed is what you use at night, not usually day unless you have a backward schedule. Number 1, a chaise lounge or long of a type made 1680 to 1780. So it's just a thing to lounge on. We talked about chaise lounge or long a long time ago. Why do you need one? What was the point of this? Is it for napping? It didn't seem very comfortable to nap on. Why not just go to your bed? There must have been some reason why they had this. Bed for use during the day. Number 2, a couch that can be converted into a bed. All right, here's another name for that bed. There's Davenport, we learned yesterday, and daybed, and my definition of daybed is not that, but that's more of a specific thing that's more newer, I guess. And hide-a-bed and sofa-bed. How many names do people have in the world for those? Dee-doot. We need more of this song. Daybed, fighter of the night bed. I don't remember the rest of the words, that's all I know, but that's a fun song. Day book is next. Noun from 1580. The synonyms are diary and journal or gurnal. It is the book that you write in during the day. Why would they call this a day book? It's maybe your night book would be the book that you're reading at night before you go to bed. Dee-doop. Next is daybreak, noun from 1530. The synonym is dawn, because the day is breaking through to the other side. Maybe it's the sun. The sun rays are breaking through the clouds. Maybe that's why I call it break. It's breaking, yeah. It's not break dancing. It's daybreak. Dee-doop. Next is daycare, 2 words, noun from 1945. 1, supervision of and care for children or disabled adults that is provided during the day by a person or organization. It's not night care, it's day care, because it's during the day. If it is during the night, is it called night care? Probably not. They probably still call it daycare. Number 2, a program, facility, or organization offering daycare is a daycare. It is interesting that it started in 1945, and that feels like it's got to be because of World War II, that everybody came back, and then there was that whole big baby boom, and all the people and all the kids. There was more kids than there had been before, and also there was a lot more people working, and so they said, we need a place to put our kids during the day while we're working because we got too many kids now. And too many people need to work now. Dee-doo. The next word is daydream. First form noun from 1685. A pleasant visionary, usually wishful creation of the imagination. I think, did I read this wrong? I feel like that definition was written from a daydream. A pleasant visionary, usually wishful creation of the imagination. Okay, I get it now. It's the it's a pleasant thought, and it's usually for something that you want, that you wish, that you're dreaming about, you're thinking about. Usually people don't sometimes I guess okay, you got to focus on a thought. If people are thinking, concentrating, getting distracted about something negative, like that's what we do. We think of conversations that we have to have or that we could have had. And if it's more of a negative thing, daydream doesn't seem like the right word there. I don't know what it would be. But yeah, daydream typically you think of it's a wishful, it's your creation and it's from your imagination. And I think we all do this. I think you need to do it. You need to have wants and dreams and goals and stuff. Daydream-like is an adjective. My daydream when I was a 5-year-old was to read the dictionary. Bop. The second form of daydream is an intransitive verb from 1820. To have a daydream. Daydreamer is a noun. And daydream believer is a song. Daydream believer and I, homecoming queen. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay, the next word is the last word. Dee-doo, dee-dee-doo-dee-doo-doo. Dee-dee-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay, I really screwed up the song, but if you've seen It's Always Sunny, you know what I'm talking about. And now it is stuck in your head forever. I really should learn the words. They're not that hard. The last word is dayflower. Noun from circa 1688, any of a genus of herbs of the spiderwort family having one petal smaller than the other two, especially a blue-flowered Asian herb with the smaller petal white that has become naturalized as a weed in the U.S. Whoa, there was a lot of information there if you're not familiar with this. Okay, the genus name of this whole thing is Commelina. The spiderwort family sounds amazing, but I'm sure it's not nearly as cool as the name makes it out to be. One of the petals is smaller than the other two. What's the purpose of that? And is this consistently? How much smaller? Do we need to post a picture so we can see? And then the blue-flowered Asian herb is Commelina communis. And it's just a different one, and it's a weed in the U.S. Okay, so the words that we had today were Davy Jones Locker. Wait a minute. Was Davy Jones one of the guys who sang that song? Was that his name? We also had Dawdle, Dawn, Horse, Dawn Redwood, Day, Dyak, Daybed, Daybook, Daybreak, Daycare, Daydream, Dayflower. Well, I'm feeling like Davy Jones was kind of the most interesting one, but Day is also a big one, but dawdling is great to do. I don't remember if I picked Dally on that one. Let's see. Dally would have been over somewhere over yonder, over Dale. What did I pick for that episode? I don't remember. Damage? No. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Who the fuck cares? Let's pick Davy Jones' Locker as the word of the episode. There's got to be a song with that, but I don't know what it is. Don't go down to Davy Jones's locker, 'cause then you'll die. I don't know what that was. This is going to be the end of the episode for today. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing all of the information to you. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the Dictionary, the most excellent, wonderful podcast ever in the whole world. And if you think that statement is true, then you obviously have to rate and review this podcast on Apple Podcasts and other places like Spotify, if that's where you're listening to this on. You need to share this podcast so other people can be aware of it, and subscribe if that's a thing. You can go watch it on YouTube. All the links are in the show notes for that. You can follow the show, and myself. The show's social media is at dictionarypod. My own is at speejampar. And that's all, Twitter and Instagram and the TikTok. The TikTok for me is only dictionary stuff at the moment. I don't really know what else to do. You can email me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. And you can call the Google Voice number 91772755757 if you want to leave a message and say hi. You can also record a thing in your voice memo app. You can make a little musical ditty, 15 seconds or less, for an intro, outro. You can make your own little sound effect, and I will put it in an episode. What is the sound effect going to be for today? I think I remember. Okay. Did I say enough of the things? Okay, this is the last section of 317. That's the page number. The first word is dayglow. Capital D-A-Y hyphen capital G-L-O. No W. This is a trademark, and it is used for fluorescent materials or colors. Fluorescent materials or colors. Maybe we need to find a picture and post it on the social media or something. The next word is dayglow again, but there's no capitalizes, there's no hyphens, and there is a W. It's all one word. Noun from circa 1960. Air glow seen during the day. Okay, we got to go back. We got to go back to the air glow. I have no memory of reading that whatsoever. Let's see. We're getting close. Air glow. Light that is observed especially during the night, that originates in the high atmosphere of a planet as the Earth, and that is associated with photochemical reactions of gases caused by solar radiation. Now, is this just the the northern lights, the southern lights, the aurora borealis? It must be. It must be that, because it's the air is glowing. So day glow is air glow during the day. Why isn't air glow called night glow? These are the questions that keep me up at night. The next word is day job. 2 words. Noun from 1977. One's regular employment as contrasted with an occasional, secondary, or coveted job. The day job. Oh, occasional. So the thing that you do most often to make money and probably takes a good chunk of your time, and it's fine. Maybe it's not necessarily the thing that you want to be doing all the time because you are contrasting it to the occasional job, the secondary job, because some people have 2 or more jobs. The secondary job might be, one that's at night or on the weekends. Maybe you're a waiter, a bartender. It's probably part-time. Or the coveted job. That's the one that you really, really want, and you might not call it your day job. You might call it your occupation or your work, your job, your passion, your whatever. But, your day job. Most of us people who are not in school anymore have a day job. This is not my day job. It would be kind of cool if it were my day job, or if there was something else that was my day job. We gotta move on to day laborer. 2 words, laborer, labor with an extra ER. Noun from 1548. One who works for daily wages, especially as an unskilled laborer. So they just work here, a day there, maybe a couple of days in a row, depending on the job. And they are probably not technically skilled, but they are skilled enough to do the sort of simple tasks that are needed for the job. A lot of these, I think, are construction. And, sometimes you just need people who, can wield a hammer or something not crazy complicated. I think I would be a good day laborer because I don't really have skills. Next is day letter. Like the letter that you write and then you put it in the mailbox and send it off to somebody across the world, which never happens anymore. Day letter. 2 words, or it could be the letter of an alphabet. This is a noun from circa 1913. A telegram. So yes, that's the kind of letter we're talking about. A telegram sent during the day that has a lower priority than a regular telegram. Why does it have to be sent during the day? I mean, clearly that's in the name. Is there going to be night letter? Can you send a telegram during the night? Sent during the day. I guess during the day, maybe that's when it's traveling around the world. It's through the day. But if something that has a higher priority, like a regular telegram, that might be sent overnight. Yeah, that makes sense. Next is daylight. 1 word. Noun from the 13th century. I'm sorry, I can't help it, but every time I see a word that starts with day, especially a single syllable word that follows the word day, I cannot help but think about the song from It's Always Sunny. Daylight, fighter of the night light. That one's kind of funny. Okay, daylight, noun from the 13th century. 1, the light of day. The light of the day. It's currently daylight coming in through my windows right now. I usually record this during the day, during the daylight. Number 2, the synonym is daytime. And 3, it's not and because there's more definitions coming, but 3 has the synonym dawn. Dawn, daytime, daylight. All synonyms for basically the same thing. For A, knowledge or understanding of something that has been obscure, as in, begin to see daylight on the problem. It's like there was darkness upon the problem, on the solution. You couldn't see the solution, but then it has been revealed to you, and so you see the daylight. For B, the quality or state of being open. Open to what? The synonym is openness. The daylight, you're open? Okay. 5 is plural. 5A, the synonym is consciousness. So I guess the plural would be daylights. I have never heard of consciousness talked about with the word daylights. That one's interesting. 5B, mental soundness or stability. And the synonym is wits, as in, scared the daylights out of him. Yeah, I think I've heard that one. Your wits? Scared? Well, wits, when I think of wits, I think of your smarts. Scared the wits out of him, the daylights. Mental soundness or stability. So, yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. He was so scared that his mental soundness or stability went away. That's a funny image. What happens when your mental soundness or your stability probably falls over, maybe gets all wibbly wobbly, and cannot think straight? That's how scared he was. All of the daylights went away. 6, a perceptible space, gap, or difference, as in, denied there was any daylight between the two governments' positions. Denied that there was any perceptible space gap or difference between the two. So is that saying that there was or was not? Oh, got my brain. Denied there was any space. So they're basically, the two government positions were the same thing. I think that's what it's saying. But daylight, it means, if there's any space, then some daylight can get through. Just any sort of light. Doesn't have to be from the sun. Just any sort of light can creep on through between those two positions. Next is daylighting. And I'm overemphasizing the word. It's one word. Daylighting. Daylighting. Noun from 1929. Illumination of indoor spaces by natural light. There's no artificial light. All the light is coming through from the sun, through windows, or maybe just open spaces. Maybe there's a garage door you can open. Then there will be daylight. It's been daylighting. You're lighting the space with the day. Next is daylight saving time. 3 words. There's multiple variations on that. I was going to say, I always wanted to say daylight savings time with an S at the end of saving. Okay, this is time usually 1 hour ahead of standard time. And it is called also daylight savings. Wait a minute. Oh, just daylight saving with no time, daylight savings time, or daylight time. Oh boy, we got things to say about this. I don't think this should exist anymore. Originally, I heard that it was the farmers who wanted it, but then I heard that the farmers were trying to get rid of it, and it's still a thing all over the world, but there are certain states in America and certain countries around the world that don't do it. So depending on the time of year, different states or countries are 1 hour closer or 1 hour further away from each other. It's so complicated, and we really just need to get a standard, and I just don't think I don't think it makes sense to have this anymore. What is the actual purpose? We'll post a link in the show notes because I think there is definitely information online where you can learn about it. But yeah, it just seems completely unnecessary and confusing. And actually, I remember, I'll put a link in the show notes to this. There was a podcast episode. I think it was from the NPR podcast Shortwaves. I think that's what it was from. And they talked about how there was a study that was done that just that 1 hour of change has massive effects on people, including you are more likely to get injured or die, I think, because of this change. Because when people are tired, their schedule's all messed up, even just from 1 hour. When they're driving, say, to work the next morning, they are more likely to get into an accident. And I think there's other examples too, but that just 1 hour twice a year has really huge effects on people's mental and physical well-being. So I think we really got to get rid of this, and I don't think it should be all that hard. So, hey, senators and representatives and people, just do that, please. Okay, moving on. The next word is daylily. 1 word, noun from 1597, any of various Eurasian perennial herbs of the lily family that have short-lived flowers resembling lilies and are widespread in cultivation and as escapes. And I have no idea what an escape is in this context. Is it escapes? Probably not. I think it's escapes. Some sort of plant-related thing. The genus name is Hemerocallis. So the flowers don't live very long, but they resemble lilies. So it's in the lily family, but the flowers resemble lilies. So are they not lily? Is this not a lily? The daylily is not a lily? That is interesting. The next word is daylong. One word, daylong, adjective from 1855. It's just lasting all day, as in a day-long tour. That is a long tour. You got to get up in the morning and maybe you get picked up by a bus and then you get dropped off at night. And it's the whole day was taken up by a tour. I've had a couple of these. Day long. That's it for that one. The next word is daymare. It's not a horse. daymare. One word. Noun from 1737. A nightmarish fantasy experienced while awake. And yes, of course, mare is from nightmare. I don't think I have ever had anything like this. And if you have, I would love to hear about it. If you want to email me or leave a voicemail or whatever, I just think the idea of this is fascinating, but everybody is different, you know. Some people experience things like sleep paralysis. I've never had that. What happens in a daymare? Are you like day? What was that word that we had that are you daydreaming? And then somehow it becomes a nightmare, but it's during the day, so it's a nightmare? Is it on purpose? A nightmarish fantasy? Are you purposely trying to have a scary fantasy? It's such an interesting thing. Next word is day neutral. 2 words with a hyphen. Adjective from 1941. Developing and maturing regardless of relative length of alternating exposures to light and dark periods. And this is used especially of a plant. And it says compare to long day, 2 words with a hyphen, and short day, also 2 words with a hyphen. So long day, short day, and this is day neutral. So again, developing and maturing, so the plants are developing and maturing regardless of the relative length of alternating exposures to light and dark periods. So I guess what it's saying is, and I don't know my plant things, but I think what it's saying is that there are certain plants that are day neutral, and they don't care how much light or dark they get, they're still going to grow and mature anyway. Is that it? Maybe we need to do a little research and put it in the show notes. I think it's something similar to that. Oh, somebody's making noise out there. Okay, moving on. We have day nursery. 2 words. Noun from 1844. A public center for the care and training of young children. Specifically the synonym nursery school. It's the same thing. I think we use nursery school more these days than day nursery. The nursery is where you put the little kids, and then it's during the day, so it's a day nursery. Yep, that's it. I was just talking to some coworkers about Toy Story 3. I don't remember why we were talking about the Toy Story. Oh, one of them was wearing a Toy Story shirt. And Toy Story 3 was the one with the daycare, the nursery school. The next word is Day of Atonement. The D is capitalized and the A in atonement is capitalized. 3 words. From 1611, the synonym is Yom Kippur, and I think I said that kind of funny. Yom Kippur. Y-O-M. Next word, K-I-P-P-U-R. And that is a Jewish holiday. And, the half of my family is of the Jewish persuasion, and I should really remember what this one is, but we were never terribly religious, so I can't remember. But it's one of the bigger holidays, I think. And it's the Day of Atonement. It's the day that you are atoning, maybe for your sins, if you think you have any. And that's what happens that day. I think there are also rules about what you can eat, probably, and there's probably a whole sundown, sunup thing, and maybe there's other rules. But yes, you will have to wait for many, many years until we get to Y to learn about that. The next word is day one. 2 words, and one is spelled O-N-E, like the number 1. Noun. Oh, and the D and the O are often capitalized. Noun from 1971. The first day or very beginning of something. The first day of something or just the very beginning of something. Because sometimes there's nothing that's going on day by day, but you still got to go back to the beginning of it. And so, it's just the beginning of a thing. Sometimes people will say square one. It's a little weird that they don't have that in here as a synonym, but that's another way to say that. Hey, let's go back to day one. Episode number A1 of this podcast. No, if you're just starting, yes, you should go back there and listen from the beginning. A lot of people play that day one episode and then they stop. They say, nope. Even though I put in a disclaimer, a thing at the beginning that says, hey, I know it's not great, but I think you should keep it up. But they don't. That's okay. You listening to this one, I know you have kept up with it, haven't you? The next word is day room. Day room or day rum. I guess some people say day rum, but it is spelled like room, R-O-O-M. This is all one word, noun from 1823. A room, as in a hospital, equipped for relaxation and recreation. And of course, I immediately go in my brain to TVs and movies. I was going to say TVs and movie shows. TV shows and movies where it's usually in maybe some sort of psychiatric hospital, but regular hospitals too, or something like that. And there's just a room where everybody's hanging out, and they might be doing a puzzle, or playing a game, or just sitting quietly, or playing cards, or listening to records, or just chatting. Or maybe they're crocheting or knitting. So many options of things that you can do in the day room. I think I would like that. If I ever need that, I'm going to spend all my time in the day room. Fighter of the night room. Next word. It is days. Just D-A-Y-S. Adverb from before the 12th century. In the daytime repeatedly. And then also on any day. I don't think I understand this. I would really love some context. An example would be great. In the daytime, repeatedly. Days. I just don't know how this is used. On any day is days. I mean, obviously, I know this is the plural of day, but I don't know how it's an adverb. We got to move on. We're not gonna stress about this anymore. The next word is day school. 2 words, noun from 1831. An elementary or secondary school held on weekdays. Specifically, a private school without boarding facilities. It was just a place that you go during the day to learn your stuff, and then you go home at the end. No boarding facilities mean that you can't sleep there. It's not like an overnight school. It's not a boarding school. That's what that means. You just go during the day, not at night, and you're not sleeping there. It's a day school. The only schools I've been to, I think, are day schools. Other than college, I guess. Okay. The next word is dayside. 1 word, like the side of a rectangle. Noun from 1963, the side of a planet in sunlight. Yeah, that makes sense. Right now, I'm on the side of Earth, which is a planet, because it is in the sunlight, so I'm on the day side. But pretty soon, let's see, in 3-ish hours, I will be on the dark side. The night side? I like the dark side. That's better. Because it's summer here in in the Chicago area. Yeah, you know, all of the planets, they have a day side, they have a night side, because they all go around the sun, and they all spin, more importantly, and so as it's spinning, the day side changes. But from the sun's perspective, the day side is always the same. Have you ever looked at things from the sun's perspective? It's just like, here's light, light on all directions, light over there, light over here, up, down, left, right, all around, 360 times 360, all around. There's no darkness for the sun. The next word is day star. Speaking of the sun, which is a star. Day star, one word, noun from before the 12th century. One, the synonym is morning star. And I'm not sure what that is. I feel like I've heard it. I mean, there's the brand of vegan foods, Morning Star. Is the morning star just the sun coming up in the morning? Number 2, the 1A definition for the word sun is the day star. I feel like that's got to be all it is. Before the 12th century, so this was a long, long time ago, before people were smarter than they are now. And so it's just the sun is coming up during the day. Oh, there's the day star. It's going up. Oh, and then now it's going down. And now we have the... What? We have the moon. Is the moon the night star? It's not a star. It's a moon. Next is day student. 2 words, noun from 1883. A student who attends regular classes at a college or preparatory school but does not live at the institution. So it's just like day school. They just go, even though this place might have boarding facilities, the day student just goes during the day and then goes home at night. Day student. Fighter of the night student. The next word is daytime. 1 word, noun from 1535. It is the time during which there is daylight. It's the time from sunrise to sunset, from dawn to dusk, in that order, is daytime. The time of the day where there is daylight. It's very simple. Okay, we have one more, just making sure it doesn't go... Nope, it does not go on to the next page. The last word in this episode. It is daytimes, with an S at the end. Daytimes. 1 word, adverb from 1854. The synonym is days. And that's the one that we said before, which was an adverb. It's a little confusing. But there's an example. Will it help? I don't know. Has a housekeeper daytimes. So somebody has a housekeeper daytimes. So during the daytimes, that's the time during which there is daylight, this person has a housekeeper. So days, the synonym is days. So if we replace that, it will say, has a housekeeper days. And that just doesn't even sound like a complete sentence. But if we look at the definition of days, in the daytime repeatedly, so yes, they have a housekeeper every day during the daytime, that makes sense, or on any day, that's the other definition. Has a housekeeper on any day, just, any of them, whenever, is fine. All right, the words in this episode, we had day glow, that's the trademark. Day glow is air glow seen during the day. Day job, we all have that. Day laborer, not skilled worker. Day letter, sent low priority. Daylight, daylight. Daylighting, daylight saving time. Day lily, day long, day mare. Day neutral, day nursery, day of atonement. Day 1, day room, days, day school, day side, day star, day student, daytime, daytimes. I think I just have to pick daylight saving time as the word of the episode because I think it's time. It's time to get rid of it. And I also don't know which is which. Is the time in the middle of the year during the spring and summer, is that daylight saving time? Or is it the time in the fall and the winter that's daylight saving time? I never knew which was which. It starts and it ends, but I don't understand. Let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of daylight saving time. That's the end of the song. That's the end of the episode. I hope you are enjoying this podcast. Go tell some people about it. Hey, hey. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye.